Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to another crazy top eight here for Intercontinental Combat. And first, I just want to give a big shout outs to PS4, making sure that this whole thing was put on and put together really well. The Mortal Kombat 11 Pro competition is presented by PS4 Tournaments. Check out the PS4 Tournament Open Series. Tournaments are always going on, whether it's this game or other games. There's so many things that you can get involved in. So please be sure to check out all the available titles with tournaments happening pretty much at any given time. PS4 tournaments are weekly competitions for all skill levels. So whether you're newer, intermediate, or more advanced, there's a tournament for you. You can compete against your friends, rivals, and just to earn those unique rewards. So guys, make sure you head over to compete.playstation.com and just sign up with your PSN ID and enter any tournaments that you want. My name is Darth Arma, and I'm joined once again here by Ultra David. I know it's bright and early where you are, Ultra David, but you gotta love it.
Actually, not yet bright out here. It's still dark in the Pacific time zone, but that's fine. I'm excited to be doing some more Mortal Kombat commentary with you. So we're going to be doing Europe East, and This is a very interesting tournament. We're going to be watching Greek and Russian players is who has ended up in this top eight. If we could head over to the bracket, we'll show you exactly what we have going on here. So we have H-Dope GR versus Nivik on the top, two Greek players. We have Val versus Nitras, two Russian players on the other side of winners. Then we have on the bottom, you check out the losers, Monstar One Squad, which I love the name of. That's so sick. Versus Sleeping Lion. And then you have Death Knight versus Disarted. In the winners side, as you can see, we are guaranteed to have a winners finals that will be Greece versus Russia, which I think is very interesting. Just it happened to work out like that. Kind of a bummer that it's like sort of a country team kill right off the bat, but that does mean that in winners finals, we're going to have an interesting country versus country competition.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's fun to see, the region pride. Now, of course, because this is Europe, you have a lot more different countries all together in very, very close proximity. But, we even saw a little bit of this last night when we were, or yesterday or earlier today, no matter where you are, or depending on where you are. We saw this with, in the Oceania region with Australia, depending on where you're from in Australia, or that lone New Zealand player who had an incredible run yesterday, making it all the way to grand finals. But today is Europe East, and yeah, like you said, David, a lot of the similar countries here. These are pretty much the countries that run this region. In terms of the consistency here. Now Greece has a lot of great players, a lot of community effort over there is usually what I see. I mean, you see Nivik, participating in fundraisers. They did a fundraiser yesterday, so big shout outs to Nivik for being a part of that. The 24-hour gaming marathon by I don't know how to pronounce it, Zuk, which raised over 30,000 for as Nivik says, for the little kids. So big shout out to that, because it's awesome to see someone taking gaming and doing some good with it, putting on the marathon, putting on the show, and just making sure that it goes to a good cause. So big shout outs to Zook for putting on that 24-hour charity event. But yeah, man, I can't wait to see what Nivik's doing. I know Nivik was playing with a lot of different characters, but I think in my notes, what I see here, he's saying that he's mostly Jackie now.
Yeah.
He was going for, I would say, like in the beginning of season 1 for Mortal Kombat 11, he was pretty much going for Cabal and then switched to Jackie for, I don't know if it was for Final Combat, but I feel like, at Final Combat.
Qualified for Final Combat with. Yeah, that's certainly what we saw at the end of that season. And why not stick with her? If you're feeling comfortable with that character, Final Combat was in March, and she hasn't really gotten worse since then. I mean, yes, Dash Punch is punishable now. There's a bigger flawless block window on some of the jump stuff, but still extremely good. And now you can pair that if you want with something like Clinch or with the grenades. I mean, she is a very, very strong character. I don't really see much reason to move away from that. You talked about the geographic range that we saw in the Oceania tournament. Let me tell you, dude, we're going from Greece to Vladivostok, Russia, which is where Nitros is from, he tells us. If you're not familiar with the geography of Russia, Vladivostok is basically on the Pacific Ocean, right next to the Koreas. It's way over there. And on the other side, you have Greece, which is in Southern Europe, right? So this is super far distance that we are going to be playing from in some of these matchups. I mean, again, it's not like we're starting off with Greece versus Russia, at least on the winner side, although we are in the loser side. But yeah, again, I mean, Russia is just a tremendously large country, and I'm actually really excited to be seeing the kind of geographic diversity within that country as well, not just when talking about different countries that are involved. So it looks like we are going to begin. We have, starting off, Nivik_gentleman. Nice work out there. Who is lining up with the Jackie right away. And what about for Dope here?
So it looks like maybe H-Dope was inspired by some of what's going on right now with Shiva. I did see the stance. Yes. There's no other way to call it. The stance. Now, yes. So yesterday, if you guys were watching the Wii Live tournament, Tekken Master wrecking everybody with this variation. And this, as the story goes behind the scenes, he learned it at the event. Like day of, he saw Foxy Grandpa utilizing this, and he said, "Oh, I could do that. That's easy. That's no problem." And I don't know, maybe he took a page out of Tekken Master's book and just learned it on the fly.
Well, I do know a Shiva player, and this is a variation, this is a move, I should say, that Shivas are talking about. So Dragon Sense is definitely legit. This is where she puts her hands up and kind of starts with fireballs. It's useful versus Jackie because you can throw up fireballs and anti-air her kind of preemptively from a range. I should say, though, that when she does things like this, button into that, many characters can press stuff in between, and I wouldn't be surprised if Jackie's the same way. Many characters can flawless block up too. There's definitely a gap there, and it's not a small gap. So they have to be careful about where they cancel into it. They have to have other mix-ups on top of it. There's only a couple strings that she can combo into the Dragon Stance into Fireball. So yes, is it good? Yes. There are solutions to this though. There's also a range here where the low fireballs will not reach you, but you can duck under the straight fireballs. That's exactly where Nivik just found it, right? So there are ways to handle this. It's good. I don't want to say it's not, but I think what we heard some of the folks say at the replay event, maybe jump in the gun a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, it almost seems like it shuts down a lot of things, but it looks like here Nivik was being very patient, just waiting for the opportunity. He's not, and again, what a jump in! What a jump in! The call out from Nivik, and he immediately from downtown from Jackie able to seal the deal. But what I was going to say is that it was, it's in this game you're not building meter. And, other than time, like you're both building meter. If she wants to just sit back and throw fireballs, just try not to get hit by them. Oh, did you see that conversion into the two projectiles afterwards?
Beautiful. And I really like that slow fireball on the Amplify. That sets up some real nice stuff with Stomp, with just movement, right? Controlling stage. You can start another Dragon Stance Firewall behind it. It's really pretty strong. So here's the H though. He's pressure. Oh, miss!
Very
no. Just trying to get out of
a lot of DOT. A lot of DOT, but I don't know if it's going to be enough here. Nivik just kind of sitting back. I feel like we've been focusing on...
let's go! Okay.
We've been focusing on Shiva, but let's talk about Nivik's build out. So it looks like he's got the super jump and the blast from Variation 2, the old tournament Variation 2, just to kind of have some kind of zoning option to deal with, or full screen option to deal with this Shiva. Not only are you throwing
when you get to a certain range, you can be a big threat with that damage over time. Yeah, just like this. Oh yeah, make her cook in it for a little bit.
Oh, good throw tech there. Great reactions. Ducking under all the fireballs. Those do hit as lows, but you just gotta watch out, because if you're in that, I feel like there's like a nice little safe zone. Like if you're too far away, she can't do the mid fireball that arcs down at you. Here comes Shiva with some pressure, trying to guarantee some chip and getting a little tricky with it here. She dash cancels out of it. Beautiful up two conversion.
Yeah, that could have been big news. Nivik is still in trouble here.
Definitely big trouble. Trying to swing. That could have been a huge conversion.
Didn't come out. Anti-air, juggle it. super sick. What a call out. That kind of stuff, the preemptive anti-air zoning, right? That's not, you can't do that on reaction, really. If you're already in the stance that you saw earlier, yes, you can press, up plus whichever button you have left on the dragon stance to throw a fireball. But you can't start it and also the fireball. You have to be preemptive about starting it at least. So I love the decision to think in advance. How is Jackie likely to approach, right? Dash punch is unsafe nowadays. She's got the leap. That's what Nivik's going to do, and that's exactly what happened. So I love that read. That to me shows somebody who knows the character and his opponent really well.
Yeah. I mean, that's the tendency that we usually see from Jackie. If she's got that equipped, she's jumping at you. And looks like Nivik is, trying to consider maybe a different loadout here with Jackie. She does have other abilities. More aggressive. She could equip the clinch if she wants, some good damage once she does get in. Because I don't think Nivik was having a hard time getting in, but I don't think like the zoning from Jackie was actually doing anything against Shiva. I thought that Shiva was fine.
No, I'm with you. Yeah. Yeah, I think the main reason to have the grenade is in some matchups, you can zone. It has that kind of arcing anti-air potential, but no, it's not really going to come up here, like you said. I think it's more about making the opponent cook in the damage over time on the ground, setting out the goop, that sort of stuff instead. So we'll see whether that's, gonna come up. I like a lot that we have seen so far out of Dope in terms of controlling space preemptively, in terms of pressuring safely. Oh, and 2 bars gone. That was so good for Dope right there.
Definitely worth it. I mean, now you can just chill out with the dragon stance, wait for time. You are building your meter back, and if Jackie wants to sit full screen, no problem. Now she's cooking in it just a little bit. I like the use of the meter to try to get something going here.
And called it out. Like I said, you can start another dragon stance behind that. I love that anti-air. That's so exciting to me. You know me, dude. That's what I love.
Yeah, I mean, it's oh man, air to air, just goes right for the jump kick, and Nivik looking a little lost here. Not really the control situation. And again, the flawless block up 2ing from H-Dope is just insane, absolutely incredible here.
Yeah, it's not just the Shiva space control. It's not just that. Yeah. That, oh boy, tried to duck, no dice. The ability to defend so well versus Jackie. This is a character who has, in Jackie, obviously still tremendous offensive ability. And Dope has shut that stuff down.
I like the flawless block. Yeah, I like the flawless block from Nivik on the orb that's coming at him that you can't avoid without taking a big risk. Big jump in here from Nivik is gonna capitalize with some good damage. Now he's got him in the corner. Little buffer there. And I think he called out a throw, and that could have been really disastrous for him. Because that was very, very bold. Shiva hunting him down, hitting him with the overhead. Over and over again. Gonna go do the stance. Yeah, very tricky.
That is big minus frames. That's like minus 15 to 20 right there. But when you're confident that you can steal a turn, that's what you go for, and Dope got it right.
Oh yeah, it's tough to call it out because if you call it out and she doesn't cancel it, you're gonna eat those fireballs, and then you're gonna be at where you don't want to be, and that's at full screen or mid to full screen, where Shiva has a pretty good advantage here with that stance. I mean, those downward fireballs don't really go past a certain range, but
right.
I feel like that's kind of what Shiva's been going for here the whole time. That you don't really want to be up close. Yeah, maybe there a little bit at the end. Went for some cancels into the overhead, cancel into the overhead, or cancel into the throw, just to keep Nivik guessing. Looks like Nivik is going over to the fellow Greek skin here in Dimitri Vegas. The Dimitri Vegas Sub-Zero skin. I mean, if you're from Greece, you gotta rock this skin, unironically. If you're a troll from anywhere else.
Yeah, right. Creeping Ice, Rising Ice, so we're playing kind of a safe sub with the ability to get extra combo damage here. I thought that there might have been maybe an amplified ice ball to just crush those projectiles, but that's not what he's going for here.
Yeah, I feel like that's usually the go-to for a lot of Sub-Zero loadouts, just because you get a lot of damage on forward 2, but you can get it with with a rising ice. The slide to get under that, and I think that's really
another idea there. Yeah, I like that a lot. Oh, finally the setup. Yeah, that can be pretty wild right there. If you super difficult to deal with.
Yeah, that is tough, and you just don't want to be predictable in that scenario. Good trade for, or I guess not trade, just a good hit confirm here from Sub-Zero, freezing into a full combo, keeping Shiva in the corner best he can, possibly a flawless block attempt here. Here comes the the rising ice combos. Creeping ice is the safe or safe-ish move. Oh god, super plus frames for Shiva.
It becomes stronger because while you can press buttons between string into activation there in mid-screen, for the most part they're not tight box strings, but you don't have enough time up close. In the corner, like you see with the end of this, that is a really, really strong position. So this is not just about it's also about pressuring in the corner up close. Mid-screen, like I said, a lot of characters can do stuff about it. You can press buttons in between in many cases. In the corner, not as much.
Yeah, very, very tough to deal with, I can see right here. Nivik trying to not go right into the corner, but at least, get a little bit of breathing room here. Going for the forward dash, very fast from Sub-Zero. Even his back dash is rather quick. I think he might have thought he was... Yeah, I thought he might have thought he was a little closer to the corner than he actually was. But either way, forward throw from Shiva. She's backing off. That corner tricks me all the time because I think it's at the pillar, but it's a little bit past the pillar. I'm like, oh crap, it's on the corner. Hits it with the overhead. Gonna keep it generally or relatively safe here with the creeping ice, amplifying it to make sure it gets as much damage as possible. Walking out of that range, but forced to block those other high fireballs. This time,
I love that range right there by Nivik. That was beautiful. Wow, what a call as well. So zoning is not working out quite as well. Here comes the stomp, here comes the throw, and the pressure is right up close afterward. Nivik with the read. And the confirm. It is going to bring it out after all.
What a block! What a block reacting to that overhead. I mean, I don't know if he was just kind of anticipating it or not, but either way, successfully blocked, and that's going to be chipped out here as he did not have that full defensive bar, not able to go into the last breath mechanic. Gets chipped out like nothing. Well calculated here from Nivik, and right now Nivik in full control. Shiva doesn't have an interactable to get out of there. That is so
super hard committed.
That is so unsafe. He just fully committed, and it somehow hit, triggering that crushing blow off a counter hit.
Dash!
He tried to slide. He tried to slide out of there, but he was recovering from the ice ball too much. So I think he was hoping for a delay from Shiva or something. This is the stance. Okay. Fireballs, and now Nivik getting walked slowly into the corner, but you got to anticipate that interactable. It is a very good one, and that's what Nivik is faking here. He's faking going for the interactable. Great jump back into a hit confirm here. Nivik absolutely on fire right now. And I think he does have the crushing blow loaded. I think that was a cheap delay. Oh, this is so close. Down once!
Wow, Nivik was so risky at the end, but he was exactly right on those last 2 to 3 little scramble mix-ups. Down one, grab. Each one of those could have been blown up, and he was right each time. So that looked a lot better with the sub, making it so that Shiva can't just safely throw out projectiles. Look, Jackie is the only, well, almost the only character in this game who does not have a full screen projectile type option. Many other characters can harass a little bit, or at least are they going to win versus Shiva Dragon Stance? Many won't, but they can at least make her think about it sometimes. Whereas Jackie, as strong as she is, obviously, just doesn't have a full screen projectile in that way. Sub is a great choice for that sort of stuff. I wouldn't be surprised to see the switch here from Dope. That looks like it is what's coming.
Yeah, let's pay attention to the loadout and see, what abilities he's going to try to be using. I think I saw Buzzsaw, which has been very, very popular since customs have been unlocked for competitive play. So yeah, we see Buzzsaw, which takes up 2 spots because it is a very, very strong one. And then we have Possessed Hat from Kung Lao. Nivik, of course, sticking with the same variation as he is, or the same abilities as he is ability locked coming off of the wing. Going with the axe right away, just to try to keep Kung Lao from coming in. That's a big commitment, and that's you know, on whiff, on block, a lot of punishable frames here. Down ones from both players, just trying to establish some kind of dominance here, some frame advantage to go into the mix afterwards. Kung Lao, I feel like he's been trying to flawless block that creeping ice, but just not quite getting the timing. It is very, very strange timing that if you don't practice enough, you know, you're not going to be able to just get it in the tournament consistently. That's going to be one for the crushing blow. Needs two more to have that set up, the slide crushing blow.
I love this little battle of footsies in between here. Oh, that possess, that's so weird.
Yeah, the wiggly hat, it just kind of like swivels up and down. Very tough to avoid here. And you know, it kind of freezes you, keeps you locked in. Good hit confirm here. Oh, jumping back into it.
Oh, he does get under 2 on the KB. Overhead and the big wrist. I love that he has picked the Sub-Zero variation that's like almost the least risky. You know, you're not going overhead into amplified ice ball. He's not doing like overhead into slide or anything. But then nevertheless, he's bringing out the full overhead string. He's bringing out overhead into fatal blow. He is still taking risks even with this character.
Oh yeah, I mean, you gotta cash in. You gotta cash in that scenario. It was do or die. You know, if this hits, awesome. I won. I stole this round. If it doesn't, okay, it was more likely gonna lose anyway. So. Look at these extended combos from Kung Lao going corner to corner, coast to coast. Keeping him locked in with down threes, but Sub-Zero does find his string. Back 3-2, confirming no problem. Now I believe that crushing blow is loaded up. So if Nivik can get him down to just above 30%, he can take another round by surprise, just like he did with the fatal blow before. Tries to hit the interactable, but nobody was home. Good block, realizing he wasn't able to recover in order to punish that. So just kind of block.
Does he spend?
He's holding on to it. Yeah, he's holding on to it.
The right idea for sure. Trying to delay, and then nothing out of it is smart. Oh, probably here. No.
Oh, he tries to get the
got into it. Okay.
Yeah, he tries to get the break, or the armor break here from the forward 4. Very slow move, but once that hits, oh, it hurts. Oh God, it hurts. Crush glove. He stole it. He stole it. He stole both those rounds.
I mean, when you have 35, 40% finishers, 2 rounds in a row out of the overhead, you know, you're making the mix-ups work well. And what I like as well is that, look, there's clearly experience between both players and playing each other here. It's been very overhead happy, right? In terms of the mix-ups, I think we've only seen one low confirmed so far that I can recall out of this sub. It's been instead almost entirely when mix-ups are required, overhead. So this just must be a read that Nivik has, or I don't know, maybe last time they played, he hit dope with 100 lows, right? I'm not sure how I would have gone, but clearly there's experience here that is letting Nivik know which kind of mix-up he should do.
I just saw Nivik's variation name. It's more Vegas. Just more Vegas. We need more Dimitri Vegas. We need every character to have Dimitri Vegas skin.
I love that they did that, dude. The skin always cracks me up.
So good. So good. So it looks like H-Dope is going to stick with this this custom variation of Kung Lao, Possessed Hat with Buzzsaw. But you know, he probably understands. I mean, those last rounds were very tough to swallow. It's gonna be
I like punished. This. Yeah, now you see him just standing there. He is not crouching in neutral anymore. So he's adapting. Oh. Now it's on Nivik to make the adaptation as well. Let's do it.
The execution here from Nivik. A lot of Sub-Zeros love ending. I've been seeing this a lot lately, especially from like Conqueror. Loves ending his combos in the corner and then just going straight for the neutral jump punch 1, and then from there trying to react to, you know, how the opponent deals with it. Trying to get a trade in his favor, but the Buzzsaw does recover rather quickly here. This time not quick enough. Maybe keeping him with a grounded combo, trying to get as much damage on the board as possible because he did have access to that breakaway. Going up to him and just down 3ing. I think he can steal it right here. Yeah, definitely worth it. Definitely worth it. And a lot of damage here. And just completely bypassing Kung Lao's ability to go to even have access to his Fatal Blow. You only get Fatal Blow when you have 30% or less remaining on your health bar.
So it's match point for Nivik to get into Winners Finals.
Right,
and
that's
after
right.
having been down 0-2 versus Shiva, he has really made this big change with sub. It's really worked out.
Yeah, slide is just a very powerful tool. The fact that it's a core move from sub lets you, customize your Sub-Zero however you want, and you can still keep the very, very good slide move. No way we're ever going to see Cold Shoulder ever again in competitive.
Yeah, I think you're
right. Rolling back to get a little bit of
yeah. And H-Dope is still taking this pretty slowly here. It doesn't really feel like he needs to get in, as you can see. Threatening. Oh, what a keep up.
Nivik was expecting to see a respecting opponent, but Hope just said, "I'm gonna jump. I am jumping all the way." Down two from Nivik out of nowhere.
Can he do it again? Oh no! By the way, I don't think he has the slide KB ready in this last round here, as we're in match point for both players to get into winners finals.
Yeah, I want to say he might have done one amplified slide, if at all. It could be either 1 or 0. Nice side kick here from Kung Lao, kind of confirming the fact that he was swinging. Speaking of confirms, right into this combo in the corner, trying to jump around, get him to flinch, but Nivik poking right back to the stand 1-2 at the perfect opportunity. That's going to be one amplified slide. He's going to get the other one to fulfill that requirement. Oh, the armor break! He just died. He just died. He just died. Oh my god. If he didn't break away, he would have survived. But the fact that he broke away, it amplified the damage there on that armor break from Kung Lao. Oh man, you always got to think twice before breaking against this character. And he has so many ways to pop you up to kind of tempt you with the idea of going for the breakaway. Like obviously you want to go for breakaway to reduce the damage that someone can do from a juggle, but it is so scary, and right there he cashed it in at the perfect opportunity. So big shout outs to H-Dope. Is that we're saying the name right? Representing.
That's what it's written as. Yeah.
Okay.
That mix-up of whether to break away is really strong for a lot of characters, and it's one that we saw come into play quite a few times. We saw that in the corner as well, just in that round, or maybe it was the round before, where Nivik didn't decide to break away. Huge mix-up, and very, very nicely done. So the idea to pick sub, I think, was a good one. That definitely did better than the Jackie, but by the end, with no ability to switch at that point, just stuck with Sub-Zero, right? Having lost 2 with Jackie previously. It just wasn't enough in the end. But I do like that, we're going to get, like I said, a Greece versus Russia winners finals. We've got half of that lined up. And the other side is what we are going to be going to now. So that is going to be Val versus Nitros. So in my notes, we asked the players, where are you guys from, right? What cities are you from? So we have Omsk versus Vladivostok. And that isn't like the full breadth of basically Eurasia as Russia kind of is, but it is still super far away in terms of just like geography that most countries would experience. So we'll see how this goes. I mean, we got a great netcode here, but that is nevertheless pretty far. Yeah. We'll see.
I mean, great netcode aside, like we live in an imperfect world, so not everything is always the way that it is. It also depends on, different times of day. Sometimes internet providers are awful certain times of day, sometimes they're not. But we're going to see. I mean, everyone is wired, of course, as per tournament rules to make sure that everybody gets the best possible experience. But that's what you guys got to consider is possible experience. And I think the most important thing is that we are giving these different regions, these different countries, the ability to shine, the ability to, get in the spotlight, showcase what they got, and, have their players succeed. And I think that is definitely worth, any kind of trickiness when it comes to the netcode or how far you are from each other. Just give the people a chance. And, we can definitely see some awesome Cinderella stories as we've seen before in the FGC. Players coming out of regions where people thought like no good players exist here, or no one good could possibly come from this country because there's no players. That's not the case for anything. If you're willing to put in the work, especially now with like the internet, with YouTube, with tutorials, like anyone can get good. So if you guys are very passionate about, Mortal Kombat or just fighting games in general, the resources are all there. So let's see what Russia's got. Usually I feel like the first name that everyone thinks of when you think of Russia, and I know Russia's a really, really big country, but the first name everyone thinks of is Arn Kratos, because he did really well the first season of the pro competition for Mortal Kombat 11, going to I believe that was NEC, where he actually defeated Sonic in the winner side, but then ended up losing to Sonic on the loser side. But it kind of put a lot of things into perspective. Like, wow, as long as this game is great, like the netcode is awesome. You can practice at home. You can get really, really good quality matches. What are you seeing, David? You got to look.
I'm just looking at what we got here. We got to pay attention to the loadouts. So we have low star scream, whip and flip, yes, Banshee dash, and then wind push, Arsenal, and Skywalker. Okay, all right. No needle here.
No needle, because I feel like when needle overrides your armor breaker, especially with like how great Fujin's juggles are, it's almost like a catch-22 or a double-edged sword. Like, you're not sure if you want to, get rid of that, but it definitely depends on the matchup. I think Skywalker is almost like a staple for everybody's loadout.
Yeah,
with ability.
I think I've seen that in every Fujin variation I've seen so far. And I do like the idea of the Banshee dash to catch him in the sky. I think that makes a lot of sense, but hasn't happened quite yet. We have Nitros, turn it into some pressure here for himself. Into the corner. Is that a back throw?
Let's see. No. Yeah. Out of the corner, no problem. Trying to possibly
go for that a lot. I think that's super cool. It just hasn't worked yet, but I'm looking for it. I'm rooting for it to happen. Oh! Taking a little tax here. That's what I'm talking about. Oh no! Still pretty good damage already.
Oh yeah. Definitely good damage here. Down 4 here from Sindel, and able to kind of solidify the pretty good or pretty good life lead here. Got about 40% to work with, a little bit more. Full screen, low Banshee scream, just to kind of keep. Forward 3 does get blocked, but I guess she was anticipating the follow-up here, maybe some kind of cancel from the forward 3. Fujin's little slide loves to get under everything. Big jump in, but not able to hit confirm into anything afterwards. He was looking for the big boot after that little dash upon the jump in.
Okay, cool. That's really good to know that her forward 4 can get that. Definitely something to keep an eye on at that range. Hey, it's kind of bulky mid-range Sindel. I really like this. Yep, anti-air.
Yeah, getting clipped a little bit there, the jump in. If he jumped a little later, would have been able to get over clean, no problem. Sindel loves to stagger with that forward 4, the cartwheel just going in. You don't know if she's going to flip out and be safe, or if she's going to stop and go for the stagger pressure.
Talk about a stolen turn right there. I love to see that kind of thing. Yeah, you're right. It is really good. It is really good. So game number 1, going to Sindel. Val looking strong. Will there be any changes, I wonder, for Nitros? He did. So we asked each player, what kind of character should we expect from you? He told us that Aaron, Sonya, and Fujin are the characters that he feels he can play well.
Fujin so a little bit more of a... Yeah, Fujin's a newer character, not super new, but introduced a little bit later than Aaron and Sonya, obviously. So I don't know. I don't know if Aaron can do something about this. Scud shot does reach full screen, but you are going to need bar for it. And Sonya's got some pretty good zoning as well. It's like we got a new loadout here, so let's pay attention this time, David. I have to constantly remind myself.
I know. Modern MK commentary. You got to look at the actual character select screen these days.
Yeah.
So this is called E-Swag. So orbital drop, rings, and air marching orders, the little extra jump-in kick.
Yeah, we
saw. I've seen a lot of Sonya's. Yeah, we've seen a few Sonyas here and there, and when we have, it's always been with the first 2 of those, right? Each Sonya that I've seen since the variations were opened up to customs have had those 2 at least. And then the third one is like, do you want to have the armor breaker? Do you want to have the extra jump in? There's other stuff you can think about at that point.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Well, you want the good armor breaker for this one, and this is what they're equipping.
Right.
Whenever Sonya's got you in a nice juggle, just like we saw before in the last set, you got to think twice. Like you're breaking against Kung Lao. Like, is this worth it? Will I die for making this decision? Big jump in from Sonya, but nobody was home thanks to the mobility of that forward cartwheel of Sindel. Very tough move to deal with. You know, she's pretty safe when she completes that string. Okay,
Here's okay.
A lot of short hops here. Gotta watch out for that fatal blow from either of these players. Looks like Sonya gets in there, no problem with that high elbow going right into the overhead. Something you want to take a note of. You know, you're battling against this type of player. Do they have the tendency of going for the overhead rather than the low? The kicks here.
Big chance. Nothing. And the little dash cancel into some hit confirm. Trying to get the corner. No, there's that eye coming into play again. Now for Val. Trying to harass a little bit. There's the range.
I get that Banshee scream to kind of, you know, make the comeback, the X factor, if you will, of Sindel, because you never ever want to sit. You never really have a life lead against Sindel when that crushing blow is made. It's always a possibility. Big jumping from the interactable.
Yes, get it in time. Nice, beautiful conversion. Well, look. To be honest, I was wondering how the internet would do when we're playing from the Pacific Ocean to Central Asia, and looks like it's doing well because we've had some really nice hit confirms. We've had some really nice dash cancels here for both players. You know, in terms of finding what they need, the dash cancels, of course, coming out of Sonya. I like this. Nitros is looking good right there. So I wonder if we're going to see a switch, because when Val picked Sindel with the Banshee dash in the sky, I feel like that's something you pick against Fujin with Skywalker. Right? You're looking for him to approach skyward. Not really going to be something that you're just going to see from Sonya as much. Maybe there's something else he'd rather have instead. He said that he plays Sindel and Dade.
Sonya.
So it looks like he might be switching up the abilities, like you mentioned, David. And the Air Banshee is definitely something that, you know, you want to stop from you want to utilize to stop a character from jumping in or approaching through the sky. And Sonya is not really that type of character. Yeah, she jumps in just like like anyone would in certain situations. But it's definitely not any kind of airwalk. I feel like a lot of Sony's like to hold their ground. What do we see? Low Star Screamer, whip and flip, and then the Air Banshee dash.
It's the same one.
Yeah. So,
I mean, it's good regardless.
Yeah. I think possibly utilizing this for combo potential, to extensive combos. You know, basically act as an offensive projectile themselves rather than like a defensive one against, you know, potential jump-ins or potential airborne approaches.
Yeah, I don't mean to frame it as only having one use. It's pretty useful stuff for sure.
Yeah. No, yeah, I was agreeing with you. I definitely saw that coming that way, but, you know, it could be something he learned from that last match, maybe a certain way to deal with Sonya.
Ooh. Sonya probably unable to punish the back two, I guess.
See a lot of stagger.
Yeah,
a lot of stagger pressure coming here from Sonya. Not committing to the full shooting.
Forward 4 into conversion. Ooh, a little late on that scream. It was super close right there.
That scream wanted to come out. That scream wanted to come out so bad.
That KB was approaching. Whew. Oh, neither one wants to make the big bet and moving in.
Oh, just outside of the ring.
Look at the time. 16 on the clock as Nitros dashes in all of a sudden to take it. This has been working for 100 years in fighting games. You zone. The opponent gets used to blocking projectiles. You dash up and get the grab. That has worked forever and always will, because you exit at that moment.
Yeah. Especially if you've got like a life lead and you don't technically have to go in. Just a tricky little spot, tricky situation here. Big jump-ins from both players, but this time Sonya getting the best of it. Sindel giving Sonya a little short hop attack of her own. Very unsafe stuff, but it is super tricky as it hits overhead. A lot of throw mix happening here. She's not committing towards the corner, but you know, instead just trying to keep this cross to keep guessing. Nice down 2, just in case she does break away, knowing that, that's all you really need to solidify the win. Oh, low out the gate, armor breaker. And now, unfortunately, Sonya running completely out of defensive meter for a very long time, and still ended up getting combos anyway from it. Not too much, not too much damage, but still, you barely avoided anything. Short hop overhead, jumping over with the hair whip. Keeping Sonya a little closer to the corner and just backing up, utilizing this real estate, utilizing all this space that Sindel has bought. I mean, look at the life lead, David. Why should she even go in?
Exactly. Just wait for some of that bar to come back as well. Once it comes back, I was just going to say, you spend it on low Star Screamer, you spend it on the Banshee Dash, something like that. But that said, Nitros is pressuring in the corner now. Okay, if he can take maybe one more risk. Oh, what? I can't believe Val would bring out the whip and flip in that moment right there. If that had been blocked, I mean, this is maybe dead at that stage. That was a very risky idea, but absolutely right. Really, really hard to react and bring that out. I mean, maybe, but that's super tough to do. So it's 2-1.
I think he went for it because he just saw Sonya drop the dash cancel conversion. So it kind of felt like, okay, she's not 100% optimal right now. Let me sneak this in there. She's more than likely not going to be blocking overhead. And it was the right call. It was the right call. As you could see, the crushing blow did activate there at the end. Not necessary to get the win, but it was, as David said, it was very, very unsafe play. Had Sonya blocked that, this could have been a very different story. She had Fatal Blow ready to go and just was waiting for the opportunity, possibly just a little too excited there. That could have been the reason that combo was dropped altogether. But either way, we're going into a game number 4, and Sindel taking the lead here. No change of abilities from Sonya. Yeah, no changes at all. We have the energy ring charge, which gives you the ability to do the dash cancels to extend those combos, making her high risk, high reward a little bit more higher reward. Rings do trade with the Air Banshee, probably in Sonya's favor, considering that she recovered a lot quicker than Sindel does, since she kind of falls on the ground. I don't think that's what I think she wanted to jump away.
Yeah, I'm sure it was on purpose,
yeah. It's just way too
and
far.
And the big bet on the low into low follow-up is a risk to take, and that might be a sign that maybe Nitros feels like he needs to begin to play a little bit riskier, especially given how the end of that last match was Val taking the risk. I wonder if we'll see that kind of stuff from Nitros. With punish! Trying to press afterward, no.
Oh, jumping off interactable. Little short hop, getting tricky.
I love the ring at that range. And then thinking he was outside of the scream. Nah, buddy. There it is, though.
No way. No way. Oh, big jumping kick. Oh, that's a huge whip punish there. I mean, she was just swinging for the fences. I don't know what was there, but Sindel was just watching, waiting, and able to just complete the round. Val is now on match point here. Sindel looking to take this set, looking to represent Russia here in the winners finals.
Yeah, that trade even is all right. Nitros now backing up a little bit. Okay, finds the hit, and now with significant life lead even more. Comes in, is that a good idea? We'll see, out of the sky. Okay,
nice overhead, risky stuff. Sonya,
big chance on the whiff, no!
She could have woke up buttons. That could have been a huge punish. Oh my god, the down one hair flip.
The whips, the flips, they're all over the place here. Nitros just backs off, does not even want to take the risk up close. That was close as well on that scream. Uh-oh. Gotta worry about scream range. Forward 4 range. Dashing in, it's not going to be enough. Very close though. And scream, what else would it be? Scream right there, taking control, winning the match. And that will be punching his ticket into winners finals again, where we are going to have Greece versus Russia.
Yeah,
Val versus H-Dope GR.
Val was, in control there. I mean, he had a huge life deficit there, and that he had to kind of make up, but just kind of kept calm, knowing that Sonya's got a little bit less health than the rest of the cast. And at the end, he did. He was the one that had the round to play with, where Sonya didn't. Like that was final round for Sonya if she loses. So I feel like Val was able to play a little bit more comfortably. Not worry too much about the risks that he was taking, and just able to connect that scream wherever they wanted. At the end, that was enough. That was enough. I mean, even if Sonya blocked it, what was the big deal? What was she going to get after
Yeah.
that?
After forward throw, Sindel has such a nice little range for herself. It's a range where many characters can't really harass that well, but she can with forward 4 and scream and forward 2. She has these like big rangy things to get right
Yeah.
back in right away. And with scream isn't even really taking a risk, where she's not even putting herself at harm with any hurt boxes there. It's just maybe I get a KB, right? That is certainly a very strong spot. And it's a spot where typically you won't want to move very much, but in that instance, just sometimes you have to do it, right? You can't always stay still. You can't be predictable, and in that moment, Val got the better of Nitros. So again, winners finals locked in as a result, where it will be Nitros versus Hope. H Dope. We're now going to go down to the losers side. So let's talk briefly about who we have in there. It's going to be Monster versus Sleeping Lion. Winner will play against Nitros. And then Death Knight versus Disarted. Winner will play against Nivik. So we're going to have a couple more country team kills coming up. Now, Monster said to expect Fujin. That's what we're looking for here. Whereas Sleeping Lion, a Night Wolf, is what we have been told to expect. And that's cool. I really like some of Night Wolf's customs. I think they're very interesting. We'll see what we see there, if in fact it's going to be Night Wolf.
Yeah, it probably is, and a lot of interesting abilities and loadouts there. But again, guys, we want to give a huge shout outs to Astro Gaming. If you guys, are in the need, a lot of people are spending a lot more time at home, so you definitely want to upgrade whatever you have, because these things are absolutely fantastic. Head over to astrogaming.com to check out more, and just to upgrade whatever you got, man, because it's so good. There's really no way to go but up. So again, big thank you to Astro Gaming, the official audio partner of Mortal Kombat 11 Pro Competition. And keep in mind, guys, all caster audio is powered by Astro for the entirety of the season. So please go visit their website, astrogaming.com, to find out more information on all of their officially licensed PlayStation audio products, which are available now. And yeah, man, looks like we're going right down to the losers bracket, as David mentioned before. We have the game queuing up, ready to go. And yeah, Nightwolf, I know you were talking a little bit about it. I wanted to say, I guess Nightwolf, before customs were unlocked, like he had multiple good variations, whether you wanted to go for like Rising Axe for good combo potential, whether you wanted to have a few more a little bit more like full screen projectile presence with his mid arrow, which was a little bit slower, but
yeah, it was unsafe in some matchups.
Yeah, I mean, but the fact that it goes from like high to mid, that's a huge like asset to have, or a huge like a great attribute to have for a projectile, especially in a game like Mortal Kombat 11, where I feel like almost every projectile is a high, and that's how you deal with it. You duck it. Yeah, you're taking a risk because you're ducking without blocking, but that's not going to be the case against Nightwolf. You either got to jump or, possibly flawless block it. So it makes things very, very tricky. So I feel like right now in everybody's loadout, because of Shaman Nightwolf from, pre-custom variations, that's going to be a staple. That's going to be a staple to go with. Nightwolf is one of those characters where I feel like he has one of the weaker command grabs. Like whenever I look at Nightwolf, I feel like it's like the command grab just doesn't do it for most people. I don't know if it's just like certain Nightwolf players just don't like using that command grab, but
I mean, you do get to side switch on Amplify. He gets big plus frames. I don't know that it's. I think in general command grabs are pretty good in this game, but I think I agree with you that it maybe not is as good as some. Yeah. But the character does have significant different options that you can do if you'd like to play this kind of hit confirm into damage Nightwolf, which is I think what we'd have tended to see, right? Then you can do that. Ancestral's been in the game since launch. You could have had a command grab all the time, but it's just pretty rare to see people go for that variation. So now that I've seen customs out there, I have seen a couple of command grab night wolves. In general, I feel like I'm still seeing, hit confirm into big damage, that sort of stuff. I'm seeing the shaman arrow here and there. I'm seeing, I don't know the name of the move. Throw axe out, call axe back. I don't know. I don't know what's called.
Yeah.
But there definitely are some fun things that you can do. I don't know that his customs are as strong as some characters' variations, but there's some interesting things that are out there nevertheless.
Yeah, I feel like most variation builds are kind of like combinations of variations that have already existed, and I think that's just mostly from people being comfortable with what they're familiar with. Like, when you play a certain character, you're at least tried the other variations and you know how, the special moves work, the crushing blow requirements, and you know when to use them and when not to use them. So I really love seeing when like you see the brand new moves, the moves that weren't in tournament variations at all. And those are the ones that surprise you. That's, the dragon stance from Shiva that took everybody by surprise. Nobody saw that one coming. And there's so many more moves. You talked about the boomerang move with Nightwolf. Again, a little unorthodox, a little different. And I feel like I think also Kano has not a specific boomerang move, but like a way to make his knife throw boomerang back with the magnetic pull.
If you do knife pull, bio pull, that is a super fun set of mixes. Are you playing that at all? Do you mess with this?
No, the command grab Kano is too good, and like being able to mix that with acid is just very strong. So you basically do your strings into either acid or command grab. It's really good mix, and it's just really fun to hitting acid to someone in the corner is so oppressive, and it's just
it looks hilarious.
Oh man, it's so bad. It like makes me feel like a really bad person every time I do it. But no, for the most part, most of the variations, I love it. Most of the variations that I have been playing are kind of just combinations of already existed variations, exploring a little bit here and there, but it's a lot easier to be comfortable with what you already know.
Of course, yeah. When I'm playing mostly RoboCop right now, and I'm basically playing Variation 2 RoboCop more or less with the Cheval Trap instead of the regular grenade, instead of flamethrower. Like, I'm playing Command Grab RoboCop basically, but with now you can do flamethrower, which is nice. Like, I'm just kind of mixing and matching. I'm not bringing in brand new stuff. I'm playing Terminator though with teleport, which is pretty fun. So dude, his teleport is actually pretty strong. It's not, I don't know if it's as strong as like a Raiden's teleport, but it is the fact that you can delay it and then come out with Amplify and still have very, very fast recovery into pressure or just punishes is definitely nice. So I am messing around a little bit with things that weren't playable before. My Baraka variation, I'm taking big risks on. I'm playing Command Grab plus Spines. I'm really out there on the Baraka.
You're really out
I'm really swinging for the fences with brand new stuff.
Have you tried utilizing Command Grab with low poke? I think that one's really fun for mixing up certain tick throws that you would go with either or. It is pretty devastating to lose one of the best and most consistent anti-airs in the game, but Baraka's got a pretty good down two as long as you hit it early. But I feel like the mix is too much fun to have. It's also really fun to do things like, it's fun to do things like down one or down three into the low stab. People are like afraid of when their turn is, so then they get too patient. So then that's when you mix in, again, you mix it for either low stab or command grab. Then you go for down one command grab. Again, super high mix. The first thing I look at for every character is where's the command grab.
I'm with you. Yeah.
So RoboCop before the patch that hit, was that 2 days ago? You weren't able to equip both flamethrower and command grab, but I guess now what they did is reduce the hit advantage on flamethrower, so now it doesn't guarantee a command grab anymore. Is that because I think that was
exactly.
That's what the problem was before. It was just like, I guess, too cheap. Like you hit flamethrower and then you get guaranteed command grab, which you can amplify for wherever direction you want to go. Then you walk for a mile and then throw them into the corner. But no, RoboCop is a really, really fun grappler. A little stubby on the buttons, but what do you?
A little stubby, yeah. Just to let everybody know, we are currently waiting for some of the players to get locked in for our next match. just to have full transparency here. Trying to get everything set up for you. As a reminder, we are going to have in loser's side Monster versus Sleeping Lion, and then Death Knight versus Disarded. So Monster looking for Fujin. We're talking about Sleeping Lion maybe with the Night Wolf. This is again basically Central Asia to the Black Sea, Sochi, little resort town on the Black Sea there, which hosted the Olympics some years back. So again, we're gonna have this big geographic diversity. This is something that I'm really excited about. I'm just like a geography nerd in general. So when it comes to something like this, where I can like talk about the difference between like Athens and then Vladivostok all the way on the other side of the world, I just that gets me really excited, even on top of talking about Mortal Kombat. So for me, this part of it is really fun.
I wasn't gonna call you a geographical nerd, but I was gonna say, like, I think the geography is doing something for you. You love
it
talking about
definitely is, dude. I'm a sub on subreddit r map porn. I highly suggest it. It's my favorite. I'm a former geography B champion back in the school days. I have a blast with it. Anyway, it looks like we're finally loaded in. So we do see Fujin, not Nightwolf. It's Kung Lao with Orbiting Hat and Omega Hat. So just playing the old variation. Warp Needle, Arsenal, Skywalker. This is a pretty standard one from Fujin.
Yeah, Skywalker always there. You want the mobility, you want the combo potential. Any or most strings going into some good damage, not bad at all. As long as you got the execution and the ability to hit confirm. A little short hop to get over that down freeze. As we know, Kung Lao loves doing over and over again. He's out.
Did you see it just blow up the down two? He just buzzed right by it. He like shaved off the top of the hat.
Gone. I mean, there's no way for him to know that was going to work, but he just had a feeling.
He did.
Monstar, utilizing a lot of meter here for that ability from Skywalker to be able to cancel out of there, try to be safe, try to just get your feet on the ground and be able to block again. Right now, he's just kind of waiting for his bar to come back, but Sleeping Lion, a very good life lead here. Nothing to really, risk. Oh, never mind. I thought he had no reason to risk anything, but, just like that, I'm going in. Oh, I don't think it's enough.
Just like that snowballing. I think you're right, but still, to go from that major life deficit, just a couple of moves, being in big control, really just needing to hit one more time, is a big change. Will he go in? He moved forward. There was a dash throw potential, and now we are super close on both sides. Oh my god! Wow! To do jump, empty jump into hop overhead is a big read. I love this.
Dude, that was huge read. I mean, normally a lot of people, when they empty jump, they love to go for throws because the opponent is holding on the block, anticipating a regular jump and attack. But this time he took it one Yomi step further and said, I'm going to short hop overhead because you're going to be blocking the wrong way. Not continuing the string. Good hit confirm with the back 1-1, one of Fujin's better pokes. Sometimes you don't want to complete the whole string, but being able to hit confirm from that very far range mid, a very, very good tool to have. Backing off, Monstar, looking for something here. The forward throw. Oh, that just hit.
Yes, it is. What a big call. I'm not sure what it was that Monstar was doing, because it seemed to be like he wasn't busy with like throwing a move or anything like that. He was walking backwards, I think.
Yeah, he might have been trying to like wave dash, or maybe he was trying to go for like a throw. I didn't see counter, so I think it was pure movement. Stabbing back there with those buttons. I believe that was a little bit of a micro duck, and that high starting string does lead into a crushing blow for some good damage. Not the best damage in the world, and obviously, you can't combo from it, but it does side switch, and it was enough for him to go for it there. No reason not to. I believe that triggers off punish or counter, just like that. Monstar making a huge comeback. He had a huge life deficit, like you pointed out, David, and it all went downhill as soon as Kung Lao decided, I'm going to dive kick and I'm going to get punished. Even though, and I didn't see the justification for that risk. Like, you were in control. A regular jump-in would have been fine. Kung Lao has very, very good, air presence. As soon as he takes to the sky, it's very hard to contest that jump-in kick. not only because the hitbox on the jumping kick, but also the jump arc of Kung Lao, very unique to the character. Looks like he's just sticking with the same variation, orbiting hat and Omega hat. Okay. He's gonna want to be very mindful of his resources. So you're gonna see Kung Laos that are using these abilities are usually a little more hesitant to go for breakaways because it's a very long time for you to use your abilities as you need bars on both sides.
And that was all those resources and an immediate breakaway. You know, he did do some significant damage, but still, it is resource intensive for sure. Strong though. I mean, strong options to blow up these poke situations, take control right away, get extra pressure, get extra damage, hit confirm. Exactly. Super good, but expensive.
Exactly. You can hit confirm some very, very good damage as we saw. I mean, that wasn't even the full combo, and that was just Fujin, you know, trying to cut it short wherever he could. Back 1-1 does get blocked here. Okay. Back throw from Kung Lao. Here comes the orbiting hat. Watch out for it. Don't get hit. Don't get land. Don't get knocked to do a combo. But here comes a regular throw for 13% and keeping the corner positioning. But we all know how easily Fujin can just skywalker out of there.
And indeed like he does later. But I think it's pretty cool to use that time to get on the orbiting hat into some more pressure. You know, it's a free opportunity to get the hat spinning around you. Why not?
Yeah, because it does have recovery frames. You know, you can't just do it whenever you want, but you get a little bit of breathing room, and yeah, let's activate some offense.
And then here's in for the grab again. It works, and it would have, because definitely Monster was blocking, but just was too far away.
Oh yeah, too far. Oh my god, these short hops.
Dude, he's on a crazy level right now, right?
He went for cancel, short hop nothing, into slide. That low that does lead into some good damage if Fujin wants to. A lot of Fujin players love hit confirming into that fatal blow from forward 3. And speaking of fatal blow, gonna cash in big here. Definitely worth it, as it should be enough to kill here. Maybe with that last hit. Oh yeah, he's definitely dead. Sword right through the head, right through the face. And Monstar looking to take a nice, swift 2-0 lead. Needs to win this next round. He is feeling it. Okay. That's the second time that's hit him so far in this game, and that is going to cost you a lot of damage just for a little bit of a miscalculation in spacing. Able to hit confirm to an EX spin, ending combos as best as he possibly can. He's using that high string so much, just in general, to try to like challenge back here. Looking for possibly the crushing blow, since this is, you know, final round. Why not? If it does hit, I'm cashing in. Straight hats here, projectiles trading.
Yeah, and you see him trying to play this kind of distance game. He didn't bring out the rest of that string right there on the slide. Here's Sleeping Lion trying to take control. Does not have hat access right now, unfortunately for him, but still, all he needs is one more hit. What's saved with Monstar? There's no breakaway available. Grab, it's not enough, but super close. There's a chip, yes! I love the idea of bringing in the 2 right there. It's, you know, you're not putting yourself at risk in terms of your hurt box. It's just a way to harass. All he needed was chip damage. That was enough. With no defensive meter, there wasn't going to be a roll. You know, there wasn't going to be a wake up, nothing like that.
Yeah, I was actually gonna point that out. Yeah, the Monstar, I feel like he cut the combo short because he was strategically looking at the meter gain. Now, Kung Lao does use a lot of defensive bars to you know, utilize those offensive moves, but the bars come back really quickly. So if Monstar waited a little bit longer to end that combo with the downward cancel, Sleeping Lion would have had access to up 3, up 2, maybe a roll. But he said, let me cut it short here. Let me grab the throw because it's more than likely going to hit, especially now that we can, you know, identify delay wake up a little bit easier. You can go for the throw if you don't see him, you know, going for any kind of delay wake up. And you try to just react to that character's actual getting up animation. Now, obviously, Sleeping Lion could have gone for like a wake up jump, but in that scenario, so, you know, down to the wire, Monstar called it out perfectly, play by play, and I'm really impressed.
I feel like both of these games so far, Sleeping Lion has been in it. It's not been a blow up really, but in the end, Monstar's gotten it. So Sleeping Lion doesn't. I don't feel like he needs to feel like he's out of this. But right there, grabbing. Hard to tell if that was too early or a micro duck. But in any case, Monstar taking advantage.
A lot of down 3. Yeah, a lot of down 3 here from Kung Lao. I mean, it got slightly nerfed, but it's still a very, very good boat. It was just that good before.
Can we call it normalized? Is that okay?
Will people get mad at us? Probably.
Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah. Oh, big jumping kick here again from Kung Lao. Tough to contest, and I think right there he did it too early. I don't think that was a micro duck, but maybe just not anticipating the timing correctly.
Fight.
Which, you know, you have static get-up times, other than, you know, your opponent going for just one delay wake-up timing. So you kind of have to try to react to these animation of the characters getting up off the ground.
Well, this match point for Monstar is looking okay so far. He is caught in the corner now. Keep it up. Yes, tries. Here it is. Big opportunity.
Monstar's not going to have defensive meter for quite some time, so this is pretty much locked down. His only options are to block, delay wake up, or jump.
Out of the corner.
Yeah, he was going to throw.
Makes it work, but as a result, he just loses all this pressure, and now Monstar Squad's back. Trying to make things happen on his own. To cancel no bar of any kind. A Sleeping Lion has one, doesn't need it. He didn't need it, but okay, finally brings it out. Just to make sure. Trying to stay alive on Monstar's match point.
Final round.
Yeah, and the offensive bar is coming back rather quickly, but because, you know, the bar technically went away because of a breakaway initially, you know, that bar comes back very, very slowly. You know, and you know, even though you use that second one afterwards, it still takes the cooldown of the breakaway. Hopping over through the teleport, going for the throw. Skywalker out of here. Yeah.
That really high projectile right there has actually worked as a way to anti-air. Wow, that's really cool. I like the usage of that.
Yeah, it's not a bad projectile. Nice hit confirm in that forward 3, or I guess, you know, hit confirming into, you know, the amplified version of Skywalker. Oh, he tried to get on the ground, but that was Sleeping Lion, 100% on point, ready to challenge. As soon as he got down there, couldn't even block, and decides to just let it go. Just says, go for it, man. I mean, again, do or die match point situation. This should be over. The last hit. No! He's still alive.
No! Hold on. And wow, from way downtown! The jump back kick surely into dive kick as well. Right there, okay.
Yeah. Usually when you have characters with like air options, like Kung Lao with his dive kick, or like Kano with his you know, air Kano ball, a lot of those characters like to jump back, and then from there they see, okay, what is my opponent doing? Are they advancing towards me? Are they jumping up at me? Are they, you know, pressing buttons to come towards me and not able to block? And then from there they go right into the dive kick or the Kano ball, and it's kind of like you're confirming with your opponent's movement. You know, you're jumping back and say, okay, take this bait, take this bait, take this bait. Where a lot of players, you know, and if you weren't to move or you were not to move, they don't do it. They don't do the unsafe Kano ball. They don't do the unsafe dive kick. So that's a really good play here from Sleeping Lion. Very, very patient. He recognized the situation, saw what resources he had available to him, and just said, I'm going to jump back. If you're going to come at me, you're going to let me win. And that's exactly what he did. You also see him doing it a lot, and, you know, throughout the whole match, you see jumping back very consistently. No confirm there into that weird. I mean, I guess it was a weird conversion. Maybe he thought it was going to hit him while he was grounded, and then it hit him while he was in the air.
Oh boy, but did just get breakaway again and immediately spends. The techs are really coming to town here for Monstar. Sleeping Lion, get some damage, hat on, trying again, and takes the risk again. This is the guy who's been taking risks at the end of rounds. And it's been working. These last 2 rounds, now keep in mind, it hasn't always worked. We saw the dive kick early on at the end of a round that ended up costing him, so he's prone to do this for sure. Sometimes it's working.
Yeah, he loves to go for that dive kick. Again, just to kind of keep his opponent on his toes. So, you know, it does work out whenever they're not blocking, but it is a big risk. You definitely keep that in mind. Going for full combos here in the corner. Neutral jump right into the throw. Good reactions here from Monstar. I'm assuming was a throw into the corner, but who knows? Sometimes people go for throw mix. Sometimes their opponents anticipated it. Down 3 to kind of trip guard.
Yeah, and I think Monstar a couple times there just got a little bit too ahead of himself looking for grabs, didn't come, but now he's found his own. A little pressure situation here, dashes in. That excellent block dash of Fujin. Again, we've seen that sequence a few times into the grab. Sleeping Lion's looking okay. All he needs is 1, maybe 2 more hits. 1 more at this point. Hat on again. When he sees that there's Skywalker and it's moving past him, he brings out the orbiting hat. I really like that right there. And we hadn't seen that come up. That actually said punish on it. So I guess if Fujin goes far away, fine, right? Put on the hat, you're safe. Now time to teleport in. We've seen that sequence several times at this point. But that right there, where if Fujin just drops down and tries to, maintain some pressure, or maybe steal some pressure, I should say, no, it can be punished as well by the same option. So that's a really smart call. It's now 2-2.
Yeah, it's one of those options that cover multiple routes or multiple multiple outcomes that Fujin can go for, because that's what Fujin has. He can Skywalker, let it rock, go all the way to the other side, play a little bit more safe, or like you said, try to steal some turns. We've seen that a lot from these really good Fujin players, where they'll just kind of keep you guessing. You think they're going to go over to the other side of the screen, they come down, they'll either go to check you with a down 1 or go for a throw to just get that easy 13%. So you always got to be aware, and this is a good option to have. And right now, final game here between these players in this set. So far, it's been a great one. Sleeping Lion definitely taking control of the momentum as he just won the first 2 games. Oh boy.
Gnarly. Yeah, that could have been bad. Fortune Super Monster. What a drop. Here we go. Oh. No, but nothing else.
It tries to get tricky there with the back 1-1. Most Fujins like to cancel it, but man, down to crushing blow in the corner. That is absolutely gonna hurt, even if he had a little bit more life left there on the life bar. Sleeping Lion looking to take this completely around. What an anti-air conversion, down 2 at the peak of that hitbox, able to connect into some more damage. I mean, right now, Monstar is up against the rope. Not for long, though. He's here, ready to play, ready to just feel that offense, but right now going for another combo, another world of hurt here. And right now, Sleeping Lion just chilling, taking a breath, just walking back and saying, let me get him to overextend. Let me see what he's going to do, and try to stop it.
Getting some defensive bar back to get this hat out, exactly. Into the grab this time. Keep in mind how many ducks we've seen and how many techs we've seen from Monstar, but he needs something big. He's not going to get it. It is a reverse 3-0. 3-2 overall by Sleeping Lion. Moving on.
Big punish there at the end. Something that you see a lot from Kung Lao players, to jump back and just being able to identify, they move, they press a button, they jumped after me. Easy dive kick, no problem at all. Fujin's forward 3 is definitely really good. However, if it whiffs, you got to make sure you punish it, and that's exactly what Sleeping Lion did. So big shout outs to Sleeping Lion for making it farther here in this top 8. A lot of great Russian representation here. I know there's a lot of great Russian players out there, and it's just great to see more of them. I know Sleeping Lion, Combat League veteran. I mean, I see him in there all the time, and it's good to see the success. It's awesome to see the hard work pay off. So huge shout outs to Russia. And it looks like we're going to be going into our next round 1 losers match. Now again, guys, this is round 1, not in the whole tournament. This is the top 8. All these players qualified from playing a day ago. So I know it sounds like it's this is just the early stages. Like, no, we're down to the end. This is top 8, and this is why you're seeing all this great, incredible gameplay, awesome combos, great strategies. It looks like we're going to have Death Knight, who is our last player from Greece, and he's going up against Disarded. I know we have some notes there. David, do you have those ready?
Yeah, I'm looking maybe for Joker, Scorpion, Rain from Death Knight, and then Disarded, Shang from Moscow. So yeah, Death Knight from Nivik tells us that Death Knight is relatively new to the scene in MK11, and plays Joker as well as with some counter picks. So I guess maybe we'll be looking for Joker here if he feels comfortable in that matchup. But that's great. This is something that we saw yesterday as well when it came to the Oceania tournament. There are lots of players in MK11 and as well as at the We Play event, right, where people have come in and really come up in MK11. And even though this has been basically an online year, right, very few offline events in most parts of the world, even still, we have had players who have really come up during this time. And you can see this now paying off at the end of this year where we're getting back to having a pro competition where there are offline events here and there starting to pop back up again, where there's going to be more online events as well, or the community's been running a ton of it. So there's now so many opportunities to play. We have really seen players rise up, and I'm excited to see that Death Knight is one of those as well.
Yeah, no, it's super cool to see. Again, we've seen it throughout, for a long time. I guess when was online really a thing for the FGC? I guess that was really starting with Street Fighter 4, maybe a little bit before. We had online, but I meant like I guess I meant like playable online.
Right, yeah. Maybe SF4, and in NRS context, not until Mortal Kombat XL, dude. Before that, I almost never played these games online until that happened. But since then, the last few games that we've had from NRS have been fantastic online.
Yeah, and you see that, the access to opportunity is there. Obviously you can't just turn on the game and, it turns out I'm the best. Like, no, you got to put in the work. You got to, understand a lot of what's going on in fighting games. You have to practice. We've seen the rise of so many, online to offline warriors. The biggest one is definitely, without a doubt, Ninja Killa, who was just seen as this infamous online warrior who was just so good at MKX, and now definitely one of the top players for Mortal Kombat 11. And a lot of people saw that. A lot of people saw it because they saw the potential in this player. Yeah, they never went to an offline event. Maybe they will get nervous, but that's something that you learn to get past. And Ninja Killa, definitely a great example of that. And we can see it from anywhere in the world, not just, from the United States. It could be from the Middle East. It could be from South Africa. It could be from Australia, anywhere. If you're willing to put in the work, you can definitely make that happen. So I'm just really glad to see more people, especially people like Averick, as we saw before, making the We Play. Yeah, Averick is definitely killing it right now. And it all happened from playing online. So it looks like we have Shang versus Joker.
Okay,
Shang,
that's what we expected here.
And
Shang's super good right now. Both of these characters super good right now.
Yeah. Shang's got some really, really good core set moves, but let's see what we have equipped and ready to go. Looks like we have the Shape, very popular.
He's looking to beat the Jack in the Box. He's got Slide. He's got the Lift as well, and then Kapow versus Getting Lit. Which one is Getting Lit? Is
Getting
that
Lit.
The fire?
Yeah, I want to say that's the gas canister.
The gas canister. Yeah. Wow. Interesting. Okay.
Henchman, I'm the headliner.
Not in this world, you get them. Round 1.
Okay. Well, we'll see how this comes into contention here. Both of these characters definitely really good. Wow, what a start! How that's going to be a ton of damage, if not break. No, but the drop anyway.
Yeah, I believe this is just the variation that had it, the tournament variation for Joker, which did have out and getting, or the boxing glove and getting lit.
Yeah, you're right. Madman, right? I think was the name of it.
Yeah, so it looks like he changed it to Mad Clown. Oh my god, that's a very strange move it's rather slow, a very strange move to do after a jumping, but oh man, you're getting locked down in the corner.
Oh, even that tech does so much damage, you gotta get out of there, buddy!
Get out of there, but hold on, he can live to see another day. Death Knight getting lifted here as he tries to swing. Ideally he thought it was his turn. He's like, all right, I blocked it down, folks. It's my turn to swing. It's my turn to jump. It's my turn to do anything. Now, this isn't going to be enough to kill, but it's very, very close. Down to the wire. The corpse drop clipped him there as the low. He amplified it to make sure it exploded, and Mad Clown was not ready for it.
A little jack in the box to keep some pressure going. Oh, it's gonna be a huge whip punish. No!
Could have been. It's just Shang was pretty far forward there. Okay. Bringing in the slide for the extra side of that. And now back to this space control game. It's hard to zone out Joker for too long. That is one of the problems for him is that can be an issue. It's just his movement speed, his block dashing is just so strong.
Very, very strong. Good. I mean, it's just characters all around. Insane. Great buttons, great movement. All right. And I feel like that move is kind of like a why not move. Oh no. Lift. No block of the flawless block tap. Yeah.
I mean, I think he was just, haven't seen it.
I think he's just scared that he's going to cancel into something else, maybe looking for it. But Disarded is just holding it down here. Made the huge comeback with Shang. Of course, had to utilize that fatal blow to cash in for big damage, but the deed was definitely not done in that case. And when you use that fatal blow and you're down to nothing, and it comes down to like you and your opponent, you put a lot of pressure on yourself, or at least I do when I'm playing, and I'm just like, man, I wasted this fatal blow. If I don't win this round, I have to win this round. And you just kind of, you put so much, on the table here. You're betting all your chips, and it paid off for him. It paid off, and he carried that momentum into the next round. The confidence that I just saw oozing from the Shang, and the movement, decision making. And let's see what Death Knight goes for. Now, Nivik mentioned that Death Knight does like to utilize some counter picks, but this could be a matchup that he feels is in Joker's favor, or at least like in his control. He's not changing up the abilities at all. He's going with Kapow and getting lit, just like we saw before. Getting lit seems to be one of those moves where you just kind of like, you just do it if they're in the corner. Like, why not? Douse him in it, amplify it to, add that hitbox there at the end, and they're not going to do anything about it except take some DOT. Neutral jump, but no buttons being pressed on the way down. That's a punish. You don't want... Yeah, definitely trying to beat the flawless block. But you don't want to just do the Kapow glove against Shang. As we just saw here, Disarded, no problem at all going for that full combo punish with forward 2. Nice.
Yeah, some characters have trouble punching that, but not this guy. No, gets out of there. I love the idea to just escape. Right back into it. Will we see the break? Negative. That's what Death Knight was expecting. Underneath, actually. Okay, the dude, but on block.
The dude.
Well, here we go, big jam. He had just gotten breakaway. It's not going to even matter with down 2 as the finisher for Death Knight taking the round.
Round 2.
Yeah, I think he knew that, and it definitely was the right call to just hold on to that bar. Think of the long game, think of the end game, and just have it ready. Instead of going for the overhead at the end of that string, he went right into the reptile slide, which actually made things a little tricky for him. Good conversion here in the corner. The jump in 3 as Joker just decides to jump out and throwing it up there. Getting lit, amplifying
even again, a ton of damage in there. As he was cooking. Now no breakaway. Started pressuring. And right back to where he would love to be on screen. He calls out the roll with the perfect drop and takes the round. That's somebody who knows what the opponent's going to do.
Exactly. Corpse drop does not auto track, so you got to specifically place every single one of those. He saw that he was going to do it, or maybe he was just kind of, taking the safe route and said, I'm going to cover this space right here. Ermac flips, give combo damage there at the end. Down 2.
Calls out the spot.
Yeah, I mean, once you hit your opponent with some good zoning and a nice combo that leaves them far away, I feel like a lot of people have the tendency to roll in and try to just get in. Oh man, a lot of DOT. No. And you're in the corner against this Joker.
Right back into it. What a jump timing. It was the perfect spot. And that is enough for Disarded to go up 2-0.
Control completely 100% Disarded, not sweating at all, just keeping calm and keeping that composure. Let's see what Death Knight can actually do here. Let's see if he goes into a different character. I mean, I feel like Joker's just not doing it for him right now. He could go for a counter pick, maybe something that has a little bit more. But see, like this Shang isn't really like this isn't a zony Shang. So this is a very aggressive Shang Tsung, in your face, a lot of jumping. So maybe a character with a little bit better of an anti-air. We all know Shang Tsung's jumping 3 is very, very impressive, very, very good.
I don't know that there's like a straight counter to Shang Tsung. He's just a good character overall, but instead it's going to be, rather than the Joker, it's going to be Scorpion. This is one of the characters that he told us that he could use. Yeah, he didn't like the Joker, I guess, but I don't know that I really think it's the character. I'm thinking back to moments of just him being called out by Discarded, like in the wake up roll forward into getting corpse dropped a couple of times, jumping out at the exact right moments by Discarded, pressuring with mix-ups that all worked out, right? He's tried the mid into low a couple times, the reptile kick, that's worked instead of the overhead. He's just made a lot of right calls rather than maybe just being an actual character problem. But we'll see. Death Knight's gonna run it on Scorpion.
Do we pay attention to the loadout for Scorpion? Not that his ability is
says Reborn. It says Reborn up there. You can't trust that completely. Unless
that's the ultimate
variation, but yeah, I didn't pay attention either.
That's the ultimate mix-up here. You just name it an old variation, and it's completely new.
Yeah, he starts swinging a chain right away. What? What's this? He's got neutral jump punch back. What? How'd this happen?
Where did this come from? All right, Shang Tsung keeping full corner control here. Scorpion tries to jump out. Shang able to block just in time. Hit confirming into the Ermac lift. Gets some good damage, a little bit shy of 30%. But again, when you have these full screen options like corpse drop and straight skull, it's very tough. Like that's the good thing about Shang's combos is they all leave you like at that rate where he wants you. Like stay away from me, hold these corpse drops, get through this obstacle course yet again in order for you to get some kind of damage.
Even there, where Scorpion typically has such power in the forward 3 mix-ups in there, it seemed like Death Knight just wasn't comfortable making that stuff happen, and instead Discarded had the solution right away. So like I said, I think this may be more about Discarded just playing great rather than there being a character problem.
Yeah, exactly. Discarded. I love that. I think that's stand 4 right there to maximize the damage for any kind of punish here. 1-1-2 from Scorpion. Oh man, converting into the teleport thanks to that option select, that ability to just make those jump in so much more, versatile, so much more useful here. Just kind of OS and just type in any special move you want, and if it hits, it's coming out. This is down to the wire, chip territory here for Discarded, and there it is, Death Knight hitting that back 3, the tricky overhead, which you do have to stand in order to block, but even if you do that, it's not unsafe. My God, where are they? Both.
And escape failed. Oh, he already brought it out. My bad, I missed it when it was well loaded.
It's fast.
Punished on live. No conversion.
I think he's really loving this extra mobility of Reborn Scorpion, being able to cancel those teleports, to just get in your face again, and also just to have an option to stop, what full screen things Shang Tsung wants to do. Not sure why he didn't convert that. Maybe it was just a little bit of a drop. Good flawless block there of that little tiny gap, knowing exactly how to deal with the character, but unfortunately not knowing how to react to that back 3. It does have a very distinct animation, but not the slowest thing in the world. And, Scorpions, especially if you just need that one little hit, they will love to throw that in there. That complements the nice, down 4 range from Scorpion. Like right there, max down 4 into max back 3. Very similar ranges, so you don't really know which one he's going for, and you gotta stay on your toes. You gotta react to those, to the flaming kick animation.
At the beginning of that game, I felt that it seemed kind of the same in terms of how the actual, not mix-ups per se, but just kind of general control, getting things right up close for Discarded. It seemed the same to me as the previous 2 games, but as that went on, I felt that there was more confidence on the side of Death Knight. I felt like he was taking advantage of some situations a little bit better. He was moving around the screen a little bit better. He was teleporting in some more unexpected situations. So as it went on, I feel like there was certainly a better reason to have picked Scorpion. Made it work, of course. He's got to win 2 more.
Fight.
It looks like now here we have anti-Jackie variation from
Okay.
Discarded. So not sure exactly what it is about this variation that, you know, can stop Jackie, but maybe it's just a funny name. And I think did he have the super kick equipped last game? He had the Ermac lift and the
no.
slide, which is what I saw most. You're right, he had shake. He had shake equipped for the last one.
Yeah,
So this one he actually had.
do shifters training.
Yeah, it's all 3 slots and you get all the moves, but maybe he just doesn't think that's fair. He's like, that's not fair that I get the only 3 slots and I really get 4 slots. Okay, gotta keep him in the corner, making sure he does maximum damage here. Just going for a very nice forward throw after he saw the forward 3 whiff, possibly because of a delayed wake up. Knows his opponent's gonna hold on to that block. Forward drop, good block of the overhead, then blocking the low thanks to that amplified version of it. Back 3, hitting him the overhead. Trying to get tricky there, going for the overhead, and then the low. Oh, he's jumping all over.
You do have to be mobile as Scorpion, of course, but put himself into the corner may be a bad look. No,
Scorpion's never in the corner. He's always just one
Yeah, it doesn't exist. What wall?
Oh man, I think if he did wake up buttons, that might have punished there. He did get up 3 punish there, a wake up punish. I believe a stand 1 is just as fast as a up 3, so I'm not sure if could have done that instead and gotten a full combo punish. Oh, air to air, Shankman throws the palms up, throws the walls up, and there it is, challenging that forward 3, stopping it before it even becomes active. Here comes Shang with the overhead, does it again! What are you scared of that you're not blocking overhead? I mean, it's very, very scary. Maybe he was looking for some kind of throw, maybe he wasn't blocking, but either way, man, what a duck. What a duck. Maximum damage here. Ermac lift and ending the combo with the down 2. The Scorpion ready to roll in, or ready to get aggressive, get all over the place here.
Factory is just taking its tax at all times, you know what I mean? Like, it's not much damage at once, but you can consider it almost just like it's gonna work damage. It's always gonna be
Yeah. It's always gonna be there. Ooh, little
Death Knight with the life lead, but discarded if he finds... Oh! Gotta get something else for Death Knight there. Big life lead for him. He tried the overhead, no! And here's discarded. If he finds the next hit on this, he has Fatal Blow lined up. He's trying for hit confirms. And
just did it.
To bring up Fatal Blow there. Yes, he was right. There's a pretty big gap between, I think it was 4-3-4 into the Fatal. I mean, we're talking maybe, I don't know, a dozen frames between when the move is blocked and when the armor actually activates right there. So he certainly stole a turn, but on the, I believe, dash up grab, that looked to me like Shang wanted. That's gonna work.
Yeah. Oh man, what a call out, because that is very, very unsafe. The pushback, I believe, should have been like a little minimized there, thanks to the corner, but still, like, it is a very easy thing to punish. It's something that a lot of people deal with whenever they're playing any Scorpion. That Fatal Blow will come out, whether that's, you know, accompanied by unconfirmed buttons or they just felt like doing it. You gotta be on top of that, and he just wasn't ready. He just was not ready for that Fatal Blow. Man, he did it. He bet it all. He bet his tournament life on that play. He said, "This is gonna work, or I'm done, or this is it. This is it. Do or die." Okay, final game. Final game here. We're going to stick with the same characters. I didn't see the variation, but the loadout, the costume, makes me think that, yeah, this is the one with the super kick. Got the Ermac.
Super kick force back slide.
Okay. Stand 4. Goes for a regular little sweep there at the end. Tricky double hitting sweep. And gonna throw in that overhead just in case my opponent is ducking, and that was a good call out here by Death Knight.
I do like that we're seeing the corpse drop very often to check movement after the spear. That's been really helpful for Discarded. But you can definitely tell that he's had trouble, especially as the set has gone on, keeping Death Knight where he wants to be. It's just the problem you're gonna have against Reborn Scorp. Threatening on the back three, and he brings it out. Wow. Okay, so if that had been the low follow-up to the back three, that wouldn't have been able to come out in time. But because it was specifically the overhead, where there isn't a really big gap, you can fit buttons in between there, let alone follow spots, let alone fatal blows. So Death Knight now, after having been down 0-2 with his first character pick, switched to Scorp, and just like that, threatening to win 3 straight.
Oh yeah. This is very, very scary. A lot of pressure on Dishearted right now. He had a huge, set lead, and now it is completely gone. And he's actually the one trailing behind here, still willing to go for that big gap, even though Scorpion perfectly exposed it. Yeah, it was with a fatal blow, which is definitely one of the easier options to do. But you have other options, like you mentioned there before, David. You could do stand one, you could do down one. A lot of time to get anything in there. Oh, checking with down ones, trying to keep that pace.
Trying for super kick, no. And his confidence from the first 2 games, it just doesn't look like it's there. And I don't just mean, how are you going to keep Scorpion still? That's not going to happen. But when it comes to things like mixing up close, I'm thinking about the mid into low that we saw in the first couple games that we're not seeing now. I'm thinking about the mix-ups, like grabs. Okay, he did try the overhead here. Maybe trying to bring that side of the game back.
Almost a great conversion there after that down 4.
Oh, is he just gonna get... No, not enough, not enough. Death Knight only needs one more, and of course it's gonna be the back 3 to seal it. Of course, the tax man cometh, that tax of back 3 has been there for every Scorpion, and the launch trailer fatality sealing it for Scorpion here. Death Knight, the complete reverse sweep to move on for Grease.
It was also...
I really like that he kept that combo unbreakable at the end. That was a really nice call. Just do a lot of damage, and Scorp can do that if he's got the bars.
Yeah. Just keeping him on the ground, making sure that he didn't go into a juggle state, and, knowing that just a few back 3s away from success, a few back 3s away from taking it. The Scorpion pick, I think, was the way to go. I know we were talking a little bit about, how do you counter Shang? Corpse Drop, which is a core move for Shang Tsung. I think it really kind of puts Shang in a certain category of a zoner. He's staying back, he's dropping the corpses on you. They're not quite projectiles, like they don't have projectile properties, but the fact that they're like more of a full screen to mid screen option. I mean, you can do them close as well if you're getting aggressive, but he wanted to have an answer for stopping that. And teleport was a really, really good way to kind of shut it off. Not really using teleport to shut it off, but the threat or the existence of teleport, I think, made Shang Tsung not really utilize that move as much. And I think that's what was getting the better of him as Joker. Although Joker has really, really good movement, he doesn't have any kind of teleport. He doesn't have any real way to make Shang scared. So the whole time Joker's playing Shang's game while, just picking Scorpion, Shang is like, okay, I can't do that anymore. I got to go for something else.
Everybody plays Scorpion's game. I don't know that Scorpion is like a top or high tier, but when you're playing against Scorpion, you're playing Scorpion's game. It's just the nature of like Mortal Kombat since the very first one. It's like always been that way. Yeah. And is still like that. So we are done with the first round of this top 8. I want to remind everybody that you can go to check out the merch store that we have set up for this. That's at Amazon.com/Mortal Kombat. Rep your realm. Visit the Pro Competition merch store. You can check out apparel featuring your region's league. This is a very regional take for the Pro Competition, of course, and your favorite MK11 characters as well. So check out Melina, for example, Sub, Scorpion, and again, Intercontinental Combat is what we are doing this weekend. That is Oceania, Europe East, Europe West, Middle East. Very broad, right? But rep the realm if you can. NA has its own. Liga Latina has its own. Check all of those out at Amazon.com/Mortal Kombat. And just want to briefly remind you of the bracket that we have going on. We've, again, seen the first round. Now we know the winners finals will be H-Dope GR versus XRO Val. Losers side will be Nitros versus Sleeping Lion and Nivik versus Death Knight. So again, we're going to have Russia versus Russia and Greece versus Greece. to get the loser semis. So this is cool, man. Top 4 is guaranteed to be 2 Greece and 2 Russia.
Yeah, that is very cool. A nice representation of, the countries in this region that are really putting in a lot of work. Like we mentioned before, Greece has a lot of great things going on, not just for Mortal Kombat, but I know they have a really great Tekken scene. I know Nivik is a very very talented Tekken player, as well as a talented Mortal Kombat NRS player. So it's really cool to see, the countries that are, putting in the work, putting the communities together, and, helping each other out. Because, I'm sure these guys all know each other. They play together, they practice together, and they know how to bring each other up and figure out how to get better. So I love seeing the alliances here. But either way, it's going to be, I have to kill my teammate, so to speak, to represent our region. And, you got to go down. You got to go down. The better man is going to win. And thus, you're going to have the better representation of your region there moving on to the next round. So I can't wait to see how that pans out. Interested in seeing in who Nivik is going to be playing. Now, when he gave us our notes before the program, he said that he was planning on going mostly Jackie. Did run into a Shiva hiccup here and there, which forced him to go to Sub-Zero. But I was really impressed with his sub. Utilizing the slide to get under Shiva's stance fireballs, and he felt really comfortable in that character. I'm sure he's got a great Cabal still. I know he hasn't played Cabal in quite some time, but Cabal's been quite the talk of the town, so to speak, because of the
slight gas.
Yeah. Oh, that's your favorite
move names in the game. Slight gas. Well, let's take a break. We'll find out what he's going to be using when we come back. Stick around. Let's see you soon.
Jokes, no gimmicks, just combat.
PlayStation. Looking for attention, I don't need the extra tension, cause I'm in the 4th dimension, trapeze high in suspension. Now don't bother with the haters, cause they all be imitators. Real life manipulators, get it back up and see you later. I like me for me. I'ma be what I'ma be. I like me for me. I am who I wanna be. Na 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 na. Gotta prove it to myself and nobody else. Gotta prove it to myself and nobody else. I like me for me. I'ma be what I'ma be. Prove it to myself like nobody else. Gotta prove it to myself like nobody else. Gotta prove it to myself like nobody else. Gotta prove it to myself I like me for me.
Hey guys, Ketchup and Mustard here, and it's time to test your might in the Mortal Kombat 11 Open Series. Ready to rumble? Power on your PlayStation and head to the Events app, filter by type, and select a convenient date and time. Boot up MK11 and locate the PS4 Tournaments menu option. Click it to visit a familiar place, the Console Events tab. Sign up and prepare to play. Once registered, you can view your tournament details and check-in time. A notification will remind you to tighten your black belt and get over here for your match. Continue combat in the open qualifiers to close in on the competition. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the tournaments.
PlayStation.
I'm your worst nightmare.
Any ring I step into is mine. End of the line.
Then this fight is now personal.
It is exhausting being so perfect.
All right, welcome back to the Mortal Kombat Pro Competition. We're in Intercontinental Combat, of course, and I think that's a very apt name for the event that we're having today, which is basically like Southern Europe to East Asia, if you kind of think about it, from Greece all the way out to Eastern Russia, or Western Russia, Eastern Russia. Good job. My Geography B champion? Yeah. Anyway, thanks a lot for joining us. So we've already had the first round. We can check out the bracket and let you know where we're at before we get started. Looks like we're actually jumping right into this thing. All right.
Right into
we may be ready to go between Sleeping Lion and Nitros here. So again, we're in the loser's side, and this is 2 Russian players and then 2 Greek players. We're starting off on the Russian side here. Sleeping Lions going back with the Lao, Nitros with the Sonya. We did see both of them using these characters before.
Yeah,
see how Sleeping Lion. Keep in mind, we saw Sonya as the kind of character that Nitros went to, and I didn't end up working out, but I did like what we saw a little bit better.
Yeah, and she's got a great custom build out here, kind of utilizing the best of Ringmaster and then adding that better armor breaker there for the air. Whereas Sleeping Lion is just kind of using what, they've already been known to use. And this is pretty much just a Kung Lao variation that we've seen with the Orbiting Hat. Very meter dependent, but very offensive, very aggressive. So it really complements Sleeping Lion's playstyle. It's just like that, completely just took Sonya to the corner and just depleted her life bar like it was nothing. No effort, no thought, no nothing. Just going in, going ham, making all the right decisions. But right now, Nitros getting the forward throw, trying to buy a little bit of real estate, a little bit of space. And what a trip card here, a punish, because Sleeping Lion committed to a button, opening him up with the overhead, opening him up with the low. I mean, complete turnaround, change of tides here, overhead, even a trick.
Completely different. It's not quite a false, as you can see, but it is super close. Oh, and then recovered just in time. Makes sense to go for the dive kick there, but he was just slightly too late, just barely miscalculated it. So really swing heavy. That first round, dominant by Sleeping Lion. Second round, dominant by Nitros.
Comes the drone call. Oh man, that's a huge punish. I mean, I think he saw something that wasn't there, and that was Sonya doing anything but just blocking. She didn't commit, she didn't press a button, she didn't jump at you, no reason to dive kick. And I feel like Nitros is a Sonya that's very like grounded, very just like to the point, stay down, utilize the zoning, go in for the mix, and then get out. No problem whatsoever. But hold on a second. Sleeping Lion getting the back throw. What's going to be on the Oki? Nothing. Does block the jump in from Sonya, but she's putting herself at huge risk here. Oh, just got the fatal blow and it worked! It worked.
Not going to get competitive Nova, and this is very close to the stage. I don't think there's any bar on Sleeping Lion's side, though. I don't think he has anything to get a spinning hat on. No, he doesn't. He's going to go in for just regular pressure, and then Nitros afterwards, starting off with the high and into it. But that was super slow. Yeah, it really.
You gotta admire.
Trouble.
Oh yeah, super beat her up. You gotta admire the fortitude here from Nitros to like get hit by a fatal blow like that, especially when you have the animation to watch, the time to think about why did I get hit by this? Why did I get hit by this? I could lose this game because I got hit by this, and just blocked. You know, and that's not what Sleeping Lion was looking for. He was looking for Nitros to get a little disrespectful, maybe jump, maybe look for a throw, and he just hit him with the mids. Now Sleeping Lion switching to a character which we haven't seen him do so far yet. He's going over to Nightwolf. Let's pay attention to his loadout. I think I saw Rising Axe, which takes up 2 spots, and it does give him a lot of combo ability, a lot of combo potential here. But let's see what that last ability is, or if this is just a tournament variation.
Yeah, sometimes you can see it as Lightning Arrow. Sometimes you can see as the little characters are battling on the background during the loading screen. Sometimes they'll use the actual moves in their loadout, and he did use Lightning Arrow. The little CPU did in the background, so you can see it in the variation.
That's interesting. I gotta research more into that and see if that's super accurate. But yeah, the mid arrow, which is nice. The blue arrow that you see here, you cannot duck that. You have to block it or jump it to get out of the way. So it really puts yourself, you know, in bad spots, especially if you're down on life. You don't want to take any chip damage. Good block of the overhead, and even better punish here as he just goes out swinging 1-1-1s. Sonya going with that tricky delayed wake up, throwing off the timing of Sleeping Lion as he just kind of committed a little too hard to that certain Oki setup. Sitting back with the arrow because he knows, look at the chip that he's doing to Sonya, and then the straight here, absolutely enough, more than enough to take Nitros down. Sleeping Lion definitely making the right call here with this character.
And
go for a regular.
Oh, okay.
Crushing the ribs.
Like very. You can see as well that light. Oh wow, he just waltzed right in. Can he maintain this pressure here? Not for long. As Nitros walks away again, directly in there on the shoulder. Wow, cute on the cancel into overhead.
Oh, trying to get some kind of conversion. A little too low there was Sonya for the jump kick. Trade definitely in Sleeping Lion's favor. Lion trying to roll out of there. Not quite a punish, but it looked like Sonya was trying to challenge. Yeah.
I don't think that was supposed to be ring. I think that was. Do you think that was supposed to have been back one? I kind of think it was.
Yeah, I think it was back one.
Because the opponent rolled over to the other side, if you go directly from, you know, holding the stick on one side, forward can turn into, or back can turn into forward, you know. I don't know. In any case, that Nightwolf looked strong.
Yeah, that's definitely, I think, what happened here, especially if somebody doesn't play with, like, short input window that can easily happen to anybody. Switching sides, on your controller, you hit, left, but the game read it as back forward. Even though you're hitting the same direction twice, you were on different sides each time you hit that direction. So, it just kind of messes with the whole input system. But there are ways to kind of fix that. It just makes combos a little bit tougher, changing that window input timing from, the default long to medium or even short, which is extremely tough to get used to. But once you get used to it, it does help eliminate input errors like that.
Round 1.
I'm on medium, gang.
Yeah, I'm on medium too. Happy little middle. Long, you get a lot of errors. Yeah.
By the way, this Nightwolf alt is so cool. This is, in my view, one of the coolest looking characters in the game. I love the color. I love how he looks. Super cool. And you can see that lightning arrow, even when trading with 2 rings, did only slightly less damage than both of those combined without even having to spend bar on it. It is really effective. On hit, it turns into pressure because the knockdown is so long. So it has a lot of uses, not just in zoning, but turning zoning into offense as well. And there's one way to do it too, with the quick dash and speed of Nightwolf and the grab. Going back. What a cool! That was cool. That was cool. Right there.
Round 2.
That was definitely cool. I mean, Nitros said, all right, here it is, the green light. I can jump in on this, very slow arrow, but here comes the cancel, and I'm getting anti-air with stand 1. A very, very consistent anti-air from Nightwolf. I mean, this character with custom variation definitely can utilize the best of those variations, as we're seeing here. The mid arrow from Shaman, and the combo potential from variation 1. Can't remember what the name was. Drone drop from Tonya. That doesn't technically count as a projectile, but either way, it doesn't matter. Nightwolf looking incredible here.
I had the idea, and then no actual punish. Unfortunately, here's the low, but no more bar to keep it up. Nitros is in big trouble. Can't take any chip. Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do at that stage? You just couldn't afford to take any chip at all. So we've seen that Nitros has a couple of characters. Maybe would think about switching. This has been really strong. It's just been very effective space control and mix-ups and anti-airs, And it's so cool. I mentioned this earlier when we were watching Shiva from H-Dope, but I love when I see a player who is zoning, who then has the preemptive anti-airs. And that's exactly what we saw out of Nightwolf here, because when he did the lightning arrow cancel into stand jab anti-air, the stand jab itself is something you can react with, but you need to have canceled the lightning arrow preemptive, right? To have set up the jump essentially. And that to me is always really, really cool to watch. So Nitros does make the switch. It's going to be to Aaron Black. Again, he mentioned that he plays Fujin, Sonya, and Aaron, so we're now seeing each of the 3 that he told us he might come into this with. What do we got? Scudshot, certainly.
Yeah, Scudshot is probably a staple, just because it only takes 1 spot, and it kind of nullifies all kinds of zoning, and lets Aaron Black make a lot of his strings a little bit more safe, or at least the presence of it a little bit more safe. We have Locked and Loaded, which is is that the rifle smack? No,
I think that's the rifle thing. Sorry,
is it the rifle? Okay, we're gonna see it in just a little bit. It's I want descriptions. There should be like an option where you just change all move names to description. Rifle thing, yeah, the rifle.
What if you could put in your own descriptions? Anyway, wow, Point Blank Arrow was super unsafe, but he let it rip, and it did work. I love this movement that we're seeing out of Nightwolf. It's a big strength of his. The overheads have been working as well. This is not a character you're looking for to open up lows on, and yet those have been working a lot.
Okay. Huge risk. It did pay off a little bit, but unfortunately found himself in a bad spot. This Nightwolf just kind of jumps in. It's very tough jump in to contest with. Not the toughest one, but definitely not a cakewalk in order to anti-air here. Ooh, tries to go for the rifle, but
acid pour. Love this move.
This is a move that you can kind of like cancel pokes into, and people are hesitant to like take their turn. So I'd love to see some of that. Good neutral jump kick to punish that. Unfortunately, didn't go into any kind of OS, maybe with a slide or button. Either way, gets the amplified slide, drops some acid on his opponent, and right now, Sleeping Lion, not a favorable trade when you had such tiny amount of health there. It goes down to the final round in game number 4 here. Let's see if Nitros can do it. Yes, anti-airs and 1. Beautiful stuff. You love to see it work out here. Locked and loaded, all these extra rifle moves. I'm remembering now. Forward doesn't get blocked. Maybe next time it's going to be a nice slide. And speaking of some overheads here, a little bit of mix, but he drops the combo, drops the conversion, tries to get tricky with those cancels. But Aaron Black ready to hit the sweep, ready to hit that slide, and he is going ham right now.
Beautiful by Nitros. He's got a huge life lead. Scud shot, amplify, and the overhead has really come to Sleeping Lion's rescue again!
A lot of jumping, a lot of squirming here.
The grab, and it might be enough. It is on the brutality even. So this Aaron Black, it wasn't exactly what I thought it was going to be. I thought this Aaron Black was going to be about waiting far away, Scud shot versus lightning arrow. I don't know that we saw that actually happen. Did we see a Scud shot versus a lightning arrow? I don't remember it happening now. If it did, it wasn't something that came up much. So that's what I expected, but instead it was more about pressure. It was more about acid pour, just being something that you can put out there pretty safely. It was about taking some risks on defense, right? Expecting there to be a lightning arrow cancel and then getting a sweep a couple times, for example, on defense. So it was more about that side.
Yeah, I want to say it was also, he was relying a lot on some of those tricky slides. Again, normal strings that go into overheads. He instead canceled into very, very unsafe slides. But those slides, you know, it makes it tricky. It makes your opponent think like, all right, this guy is crazy enough to do it. Then you go for the regular overheads, which are, you know, typically safe, or you can cancel into the acid pour, which is super safe now. I think that was something they buffed a while ago. Not super recent, but something that they definitely made way better than it used to be.
So we're going back now to Kung Lao for Sleeping Lion. It's the same variation that we've seen each time. There's the Scud. Just jumping in with jump kick at a pretty high spot. Nitros would love to keep his opponent just stuck there, not for long. As soon as the bar came back, the hat came back.
I like the decision there for Nitros to not break away, which is definitely what Sleeping Lion was looking for. Here's their KB to pretty much tie it up. Now these characters have really good range fatal blows, especially Aaron Black. You gotta watch out what you're gonna do. Don't flinch, don't make a move, don't blink, because here comes fatal blow to steal that round. I don't know what Sleeping Lion was doing, but he caught bullets to the face, then bullets to the eyes. Nitros right here on match point, ready to take this, ready to represent Russia in the next round of this Intercontinental top 8. Here comes the back 2-2, very solid mids all around, anti-air, stop it, Kung Lao. I know you love to jump, but just stop it.
380 there for Sleeping Lion, but again, now he needs to wait a little bit for that bar to come back. Will there be risks here? Nope, no. So it's not always the case that Nitros is bringing out the big risks. Sometimes he just hangs out, sometimes he keeps it safe, and that's what Acid 4 lets you do. Yep. Confirm into amplify, of course. Trying to keep his opponent there for as long as possible, just toasting. Damage over time, and quite a bit of it, to be honest.
It adds up, man. It's very, very fast.
Ooh, it's close. It's not enough, though. Hat is just a high. And here comes Nitros, taking the risks on slide. Oh, boy. Good luck. Yeah. Oh, it wasn't enough, actually. Jump back kick. Probably going to be in a dive kick afterward, just in case.
And that was a very scary... Yeah, match point for both. Very scary situation where he neutral jumped and kicked, because he could have got trip guarded for a full combo had, you know, Nitros been ready for it. But I feel like he just kind of checked out mentally in that round and said, let me focus on the final one here. Big kicks from Kung Lao contesting Aaron Black, and he tries to take to this guy. Here comes the back 2-2, staying very consistent here. A little bit of stagger pressure, and that's exactly what he needed. Try to go for the launch, but actually didn't hit it right at all. He should have just gone into the shots. Oh, no punish!
And a huge one. Yep, that was a big moment right there for Nitros. Shot out, so all that bar gone and nothing to show for it. And now Nitros again with the slide. Safe acid pour attempt. Just push the opponent back. Now, you mentioned the fatal. It is on deck. And we have seen Sleeping Lion willing to do it. He's only going to have one more chance. He doesn't have a chance at all. Never mind, as Nitros takes it with his own reverse 3-0. How many times have we seen a reverse 3-0 today? I feel like this is the third time. It's been happening. We have had close sets.
Oh yeah, very very close sets, and again, it's about adaptation. You know, certain players they get too comfortable, they feel themselves a little too much, and you know they don't realize that you're not playing against the machine. You're playing against another human being, a human being that's capable of making decisions, capable of just taking in that data of what just happened and how do I correct it. And that's what we're seeing. We saw it from Sleeping Lion a little earlier. And now Nitros looking incredible here. Really loving that Aaron Black. Little custom Aaron Black here. A little mix of variation 1 and variation 3. Super safe if he wants to be safe, or super crazy if he wants to go nuts, go for those slides. And he did a really good job of that. Really good job utilizing that back 222 as well. I think that's a very very solid mid, man. I mean, whether it hits somebody airborne,
yeah, of course. Right?
So
it just converts very consistently.
Definitely works.
So that was that actually not a reverse 3-0? Was that Nitros winning the first game, and then it might have actually been that way, but hard to know.
Either way, he made the comeback.
It's lost to the sands of time. Nobody remembers. Nobody remembers out there, me included.
He made. You get that short-term memory loss. It's so easy.
Correct.
It's so easy to give. So yeah, man, we just want to give a huge shout outs again to PlayStation 4, the Tournament Open Series. The Mortal Kombat 11 Pro Competition is presented by PlayStation 4 Tournaments. So check out the PlayStation 4 Tournament Open Series. It's very, very easy, guys. You can utilize the app inside the PlayStation 4 in itself, or you guys can head on over to compete.playstation.com and sign in with your PSN ID and see all the different tournaments that they have going on all the time. Whether that's today, next week, whenever is good for you, sign up for those tournaments and, just show a little bit of love for PlayStation 4 because they made all of this possible. The content that you're getting, the spotlight that all these different regions are getting, all possible thanks to PS4 tournaments. So big, big shout out to them. Make sure you get on there and sign up to compete for very unique rewards and just to have fun in a competitive setting. Right now from the safety of your home. You don't want to go out there and do some crazy things. Stay at home, be nice and comfortable, and compete. Do what you love doing, and that is gaming.
All right, well, we had the Russian half of the lower part of the bracket. Now we're going to have the Greek part. Just to remind everybody, we have Nivik versus Death Knight coming up next. There you go. Nivik is a name that many of us will know if we've been watching Mortal Kombat for a long time. This is a long-time top player. As far as Death Knight, like I mentioned earlier, Nivik was kind enough to give us some intel. And according to Nivik, Death Knight is relatively new to the scene, but has already had some success, as you can see. So it's great. I love to see that these players are coming up in this way. And for Nivik, this is against somebody who he clearly respects. And I think you can see why, in how Death Knight played before. We had an awesome comeback when we saw him previously. We've seen for each of these players a couple of different characters. We saw Jackie and Sub for Nivik. And for Death Knight, we saw Joker and Scorpion so far. He also tells us, though, that he plays Rain. So we'll see.
Yeah. And, that Scorpion pick kind of came out of nowhere, especially when you commit 2 games like to a certain set with Joker or your first character in the beginning, it's really tough to tell yourself like, okay, I can switch to a character that can not only win this specific matchup, but any other possible matchup that player is going to and win 3 times in a row. It was a tall order, but he definitely did it. So I'm very impressed by Dark Knight and what he can do. And Nivik almost did that in the winner semifinals with Sub-Zero. But just fell a little bit short there. I really love seeing all the different characters that Nivik can play at a high level, and it kind of speaks to who he is as a player in general. Because not only is he really good at Mortal Kombat, he's also a very very good Tekken player. So being able to jump from like game to game, character to character is definitely a unique trait that not a lot of people possess. A lot of people usually like to stay in their own realm, in their own game. Yeah, but getting out there, out of your comfort zone, playing multiple games, it's so tough, especially like going from like a back to block 3D game to like a 2D block button game, it just messes with your head. But a player like Nivik has it under complete control. And it looks like Nivik is going with Jackie, and looks like we're getting a little bit of Rain, the new DLC that was just added to the game not too long ago. Let's see if we can zoom in and see the variations here.
So I think that we saw the anti-air geyser, which is going to be a big deal versus Jackie. That controls a lot of anti-air space. You get damage out of it. That can be really strong. See if that's what he intends to do. I think we saw Hydroplane as well, if I recall correctly. Yep. Okay,
yeah, I think so too. The jump punches.
This character's mobility is just unmatched on the ground.
Oh.
You know, they created a character here who can just be a flood. You know, they went in hard on the water metaphor for this character, not just in his moves, but in his movement for sure.
Yeah.
That said,
he definitely flows. He definitely flows like water with that wave dash. Whoa, hold on a second. Get up, punish. Continuing the combo, going for the side switch here. Rain applying as much pressure as possible, but it's not going to be enough. Nivik does find the hit, able to confirm into a nice, easy little combo, and Nivik takes the lead here with the first round in the first game of this first to 3 set. A little, I feel like I'm seeing Rain being a little bit more hesitant on his buttons, maybe not fully committing. I know he's got some weird buttons because he doesn't have like a general 1-1 or 1-2 string. So you got to start with like 1-3. Very, very unorthodox. So sometimes it's a little weird jumping into it.
That's what I'm talking about. Yep. Just take her right out of the sky, but Nivik on defense was right. And unfortunately, the really did break even after that too. It's a bummer to lose those defensive bars there for Death Knight.
Yeah, perfect call out here from Nivik, knowing exactly that the throw was coming. And that was really the determinant factor in this match. Just that one moment, that one, I don't want to say moment of weakness, but moment of predictability, where Nivik was like, all right, I know you're super plus after this. A lot of people like to go for throw. You know, I'm not taking a huge risk by letting go of block, like just for this one little moment where the throw usually comes in, but before the mid, which is a little bit slower, comes in. So Nivik saw it. He recognized that the throw whiffed. He cashed in with the down 2 crushing blow, and that was enough for him to make that comeback and get in complete control. I mean, Jackie, when she's got that DOT arm, that grenade, she's kind of like a momentum machine. Being able to make your opponent panic, knowing that they're glowing, they're running out of resources, they're running out of life, and they're running out of time here as Nivik is just hammering at the door. So it looks like Death Knight is going with back to the main character here with Joker. Going to just be using a tournament variation that we've seen before, Kapow Boxing Glove, which leads into a lot of combos, and Getting Lit, which is a really good move to just kind of throw out at your opponent once you have them trapped in the corner. But it's really tough to trap Jackie in the corner with all her immense mobility moves.
Oh, there you go. Toasty as well. Very nice. Yes, I love what he's doing so far. Death Knight's looking really, really good on controlling the anti-air. You know that's such a huge part of this, but there's mobility by Nivik. Great call. Getting right back in. But Punish comes out. Sure, take a little bit of damage on the ground, but no big deal. You're dealing so much more.
Oh my god, look at the use of that interactable. I mean, being able to jump back and then jump forward, it almost doesn't make any sense, but it is such a good tool, and you always got to watch out for it. You don't think it's going to be enough, even with less health, as Jackie has 5% less than everybody else. Here comes the DOT, but she pushes him off of it. Is she going to be able to make this comeback? Sure, Yukin's in the corner. Going to be
can definitely do this. Yeah. All right, nice to
Where are you going to go?
Night.
Where are you going to go? You have nowhere to go.
No, for sure.
You have nowhere to go but up. Here we go, Jack using that interactable to get out. Here comes Joker trying to do the same thing. Not as mobile as Jackie, or not as many mobile options in the air, but still able to use it. A good jump in from really far range. Nivik with the tight execution here. Keeping back. Cutting off, you know, a good chunk of it. Wow, that actually punished. I actually thought he was going to be able to recover in time, but you don't realize it. Here comes the crushing blow
as well.
Yeah, it takes everything off the table here.
Like father, like daughter.
All right, Nivik taking the round. But I do like a lot of what we're seeing out of Death Knight's Joker in this matchup. I like how he's been using the Jack-in-the-Box to control the anti-air. I like how he's been moving around as well. His own straight shot is really high and sometimes can anti-air from far. So he's been controlling things both on the ground and anti-air pretty well. Here we go. Oh, not quite.
I like how he's using this against Jackie because, like, I feel like a lot of Jackie players jump in that scenario, and he knows that. And it's almost like there's very few reasons not to go for, you know, amplifying that gas canister, getting lit. But again, specific variation or specific ability that he has equipped here. Oh man, he's cashing in on that big crushing blow. This is the final round.
Oh yeah, he gets in here for sure, for sure. Yeah, that was huge for Nivik to find that big moment. Great execution, made it all count, and just continued the snowball right after.
Yeah, no reason not to do it. No reason not to do it at all in that scenario. Because like once that happened, you know, it was guaranteed for him. Add that damage. You know, get as much on the table as you can. Get close to that win. And that's Nivik, you know, paying attention, understanding the moment. You know, I feel like a lot of people get caught up, like not realizing, you know, you're in a final round, not realizing, you know, what KBs you've used and which ones you haven't, and what routes are accessible to you. And, you know, it adds a little bit more damage.
Okay. Yeah, look, this is the situation Death Knight's been in. Death Knight's been here. Down 0-2, facing elimination. And he's made the switch to Scorpion, just like last time. And it's the same variation. It's got Reborn here. With teleport
Looks
cancel.
like he has the Demon Slam in this one. Did he? I don't think he had. Did he have the Demon Slam in the other one? Which is the air throw. But I think it's going to be
up in the sky sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's going to be useful.
Wow. Okay. What awareness right off the bat to get the counter hit. KB, but drops. Still, good damage on that. So we'll see whether this Reborn Scorp works out. There's no bar there, but he can maintain pressure. Here's Nivik. Nivik the gentleman. Getting the knockdown in the corner, setting up the goop. But who cares about the corner? And he called it out! You know, that Scorpion's gonna get out of there. He does not want to melt in that goop, and he wants to escape right away. And he actually died by teleporting into the goop again! So Nivik is threatening to just take a straight up 3-0 here against his country.
Yeah, it's that thing lasts so long, much longer than you think it does. You know, you just gotta wait, bide your time, and you know, rely on that teleport from Scorpion in this matchup. Down one, checking him, making sure he doesn't go anywhere, canceling the teleport here, jumping over the other side, but getting clipped before he actually makes it. Jackie with the down 2. Conversion here. Maybe he was anticipating someone on a breakaway, but it wasn't even available to him just yet. Not sure why he didn't go for any kind of spear combo. Maybe trying to just, you know, keep Nivik guessing. Could have gone for a teleport there, but didn't react in time. A down 3, getting complimented here, but the following back 3, hitting as an overhead right after that low. And Death Knight showing that he's in it to win it, showing he's here to play, and he's not trying to go down in a 3-0 fashion. Hitting that crushing blow, not going to have the resources to come. No, he did have the resources to come out of that breakaway, but just decided to hold that. I mean, it's a lot of damage.
A lot. Only one grab after that put him at half life. Just like that, Death Knight's looking in a pretty strong spot. Try to get the anti-air on 4, not quite. Overhead, that's fine. Tries for the low here. Nivik knows that the low is what has the actual damage, so he hung out, but not hanging out for long. Down 2, underhand stand 1. Great damage from Nivik here. He didn't wait!
He didn't wait. He was so sure he wasn't going to amplify it. Nivik was trying to challenge. Nivik was trying to do something here.
Oh my goodness. Nivik finds one more hit. No, the drop! The overhead for Death Knight. Death Knight has been here, like we said. He has been down 0-2. And not just that, but the last time we saw him try this when he switched to Scorpion, he looked a little shaky in the first round in that situation too, and I would say the same here. He looked shaky in the first round. In the second and third rounds, much better. ended up taking the game. He needs to win 2 more.
He can do it. He can do it. He is character locked
before. Why not?
Yeah, he's character locked here, and this is what's so scary. When you're in the scenario, you know you got to reverse 3-0, but your opponent does have the ability to move to a different, strategy, a different character, or even different abilities. So let's see what Nivik can bring to the table here. Whether he's going to stick with Jackie, he did say he's going mostly Jackie for this tournament, or at least plan to go mostly Jackie. Highlighting Spawn, this is a character that also has a lot of crazy and unique abilities that are equippable, including the one that gives him access.
No, let me see it. Let me see. I'm so excited.
What's he got? What's he got? What's he got?
He's just going to play the 1? He is. Wow, okay. I thought there might have been something more. So, no, he's going to go with the 1 which has the big damage out of it. I think that's the primary reason to be playing this. So some of the spawns that I've been playing against have used that move, but also maybe with like Soul Forfeit, which is a super fun thing where you can get your KBs. But he's not going to go for that, just going to go for the tournament variation with the Air Letha Glide as well that you can use to extend some combos, that you can use to move around a little bit. So with Reborn, you're spending defensive bar a lot with this character. Here it is. Yeah, that's not right. You're not going to get teleport cancels now. And so when Nivik finds the next hit, if he does, with this character, he's going to deal a ton of damage with that big damage lunging forward special.
Yeah, getting out of there. And then really the only way to stop that is to have that breakaway available. Beautiful spacing here from Nivik, connecting that back 1. And look at that, just like you said, David, going right into some big damage, and not only big damage, but also ending in a restand. That does leave Spawn slightly plus there, right next to you. Forward 3-4. Yeah.
He's been willing to do it. He's been willing to do it the whole day. The whole top 8 so far. He's been willing.
Nivik, have you been paying attention? Have you paying attention to this top 8? This is what this man does. He loves to do it. He's calling it out just right, and Nivik got hit by it. Very punishable, very, not very slow, but definitely very punishable fatal blow. No access to breakaway, but a lot of access to some good damage. Is he going to put himself in the corner to get access to throw KB? No, going to keep corner positioning here. Look at the beautiful combos here. Jump back, jump forward, all in the same arc here.
Plus, yeah, his 1-1's plus.
One is very plus. Ooh,
I love this, dude. Stand 3, stand 4. Stand 3-4 is a really good string. It's unsafe on block and pretty whiff punishable if you're far away, if you got a far fast move. But if you have something like he does, where he has the fireball to keep it safe, has a hit confirm, it's very strong as well, and there's no hurt box in it, which means that you can just try it out and not really be too concerned something straight up hit you.
Yeah, and the other thing about the fireball too is you don't know if he's going to amplify it for that quick little mid, or if he's just going to let it go so he can recover faster. So it also turns into like a guessing game in itself. And that was Stand 3 recovering just in time not to get punished by the teleport cancel. But had that been a full commitment of a regular teleport, that would have been a very different story. Stand 3-4 does miss here, but Scorpion finding the hit, launching him up and forcing that breakaway. Spawn fighting back with a crushing blow of his own. 1-1 back 2. Oh boy, it hurts. He doesn't have the resources to come out of it. Oh, but he didn't cash in.
Confirm. No hit.
He didn't cash in. Usually
total available time. It's hard for even Scorpion to escape this. Yeah, 3-4 into Fireball is just going to be a really difficult situation to escape. So Nivik with the Spawn, switching out to Spawn to stop his opponent from making another 3-0 comeback. Stealing it, I love it. It was definitely close. I'm with you on that. But yeah, this switch over to Spawn with that big damage. One of the issues for that variation of Spawn is that characters can actually break away and punish against that big launching special move sometimes in some situations. Yeah. But if you know that you're going to go up against Reborn Scorpion, who's going to be using defensive meter for movement for teleport cancels, is going to have that less often anyway. That actually makes sense to me as a solution. You know, to make sure that whenever you find a hit, it's going to be 1/3 life, basically at a minimum, right? Even on a restand with plus frames afterwards. I like that a lot. That was very cool.
Yeah, good call out from Nivik. Again, looking back, and that's what we were saying about Nivik, is he has all these different characters that, you know, he can kind of figure out or strategize or like put in the pieces like, okay, what am I going up against? How can I make sure it hurts? Now, this variation of Spawn doesn't have too much in terms of mix-up, which is why a lot of people liked Variation 3 for Spawn, because he can, instead of going for the unsafe overhead, he can go into some lows that are actually very safe as long as you amplify it. But he was able to just kind of simplify the game plan. All right, Scorpion is definitely not going to have meter. As soon as I find the hit with, a well-spaced back 1-2 or, anything, I can bully him with stand 1-1, which you said is plus, and it definitely is. It makes for a very simple and effective game plan, and that's exactly what we saw here in this bracket in they're very, very close to loser semifinals. But now we are going to have, again, they're going to continue, and we're going to, let's see the bracket and see who's going up against who. If you guys are just joining us, this is the Intercontinental Cup top 8 for EU East. EU East, and the two countries that are being represented here solely in this top 8, the countries that made it here. There's definitely a lot of countries in this region, but the ones that are here representing, showing that they are the best, showing that they're here to play, we have Russia and Greek, two completely opposite types of country. I mean, Russia is gigantic, and Greece is just so, they're very, you know what I mean? Like it's very,
it is small,
very polarized,
relatively speaking. Yeah, I've been secretly hoping for this, because this is going to be super far as the connection. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but just wanted to shout out Astro again. AstroGaming.com is where you can check them out. Thank you so much to them. They're the official audio partner of the Mortal Kombat 11 Pro competition. All of our audio is powered by Astro for the whole season. As you can see, we're modeling it very nicely. Again, check out AstroGaming.com to find more info on their officially licensed PlayStation audio products available now. So I, like I said, have been secretly hoping that this would happen, because I'm very curious to see the connection between Athens, Greece, and Vladivostok, Russia. That's what I'm interested in right now. I don't know how many miles away that is, or how many kilometers if you're from everywhere else in the world. But that is super far. So we'll see. Coming into this, you're going to have to game plan for that. That is unavoidable when you're dealing with a country like Russia. That kind of thing can happen, right? You're not just going to limit it to one part of a country, and that's where we are right now. So we'll see how that goes. Which character do they think is going to be good under these circumstances as well? That may be something factoring into this. Oh, are we actually going to be playing the winners finals first? I guess we are.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah, so we have H-Dope, who's very close to Nivik. Nivik had a lot of great things to say about this player, and as you guys just saw in the bracket, this is actually the player that took down Nivik out of the winners and into the lower bracket. So this is definitely a force to reckon with here. Nivik, when you look at the bracket and you see all these players, Nivik is the one that stands out the most in terms of accomplishments. He's traveled internationally, competed at the highest level, and it looks like here we got Spawn. We have Charging Hell Spawn, and this is basically the same variation we just saw coming out of Nivik, where it's going to lead into a lot of damage. It looks like he didn't even rename the variation. It's just the one. Continue it. So this is going to be a Spawn loadout that we're very familiar with. High damage as long as you come off of that breakaway, not going to be unsafe. And he's also going to have access to the core move here with the cape charge, the cape charge that goes to projectile. I actually don't know if it goes to Sindel's low scream. I know that one is kind of weird in terms of property, but let's see what happens.
That's fine.
3?
Yeah, 3 is the high.
This is
it's a very oppressive situation for so many characters to deal with. Few characters have far, fast buttons to deal with this. She's got far buttons. That's not the problem. They're just not very fast. No, the drop!
Oh, he drops the ender! Good throw tech. Oh man, he's nervous. He's nervous that he screwed it up. He knows he screwed it up, but just calm down and you can find it here. Good flawless block here from Val. That was insane. So clutch in this scenario. Oh no, getting clipped there by the low. Here comes the jumping!
Oh
no.
Is it enough? It is! Oh boy, for a hope, you have to think back to that dropped combo.
Round 2.
Oh, what a heartbreaker there. And I think he probably just kept thinking about the scenario, kept thinking, oh man, I dropped the round-winning combo. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? But it's so tough to escape that moment. That moment haunts you, not just for the remainder of the round, sometimes for the remainder of the set, the day, the season. You just think over and over again, man, I really messed up. But here we go. He can dust it off. He can just keep going, keep on trekking. Right now, Steven, pretty good. He's going toe-to-toe here with Denzel.
Here we go.
Oh, baby.
Yeah,
Give me that punish.
Instantly gets out of there. And then the super late cancel, the super late amplify. I love that ability of this fireball to do that. You can hit him quite far as well by doing that. So we're back to the situation of corner control, of stand 3-4 being the harassment tool, back 1 as well.
Oh, he was trying to swing there, thinking about swinging. I was thinking about him thinking about swinging, and just kind of kept his composure here in that scenario. Didn't want to overextend. Didn't want to get hit by some crazy scream for a comeback.
All out because he absorbed. He gets the crushing blow.
Yeah, and that goes right through. Yeah, it goes right through projectiles. So it's a really good way to call out an opponent's full screen options. And as we know, Sindel's got plenty of those. There goes the scream. The low Banshee scream coming at you, trying to clip at those shins. And Hope just kind of, H-Dope just trying to stay cool, stay calm, stay composed. Nice little wave dash.
These screams are real close to actually working out and being KBs. They have been very close a couple of times. This time it does connect! Get the full combo!
Well, luckily for Spawn, she does not have that fatal blow ready. Had she, it would have been.
There had just been the fatal blow, would have been for the victory. Oh, this is very doable. Very doable. 4-4. Oh, 2 rounds. If H-Dope had just done a different combo in the end there, just gone into fatal directly instead of into the launching special you can break away from. If in the first round he had completed the full combo instead of the drop, those 2 rounds could have been his. He could have won that game with 3 straight rounds. He just
easily
made the wrong choice at the end, dropped it in the first round. So that's tough. That is a tough situation. But on the other side, you can take the lesson, well, I did what I needed to do, with the exception of actually making the combos count. But in terms of decisions like what buttons am I pressing, where am I standing, what am I expecting the opponent to do, those things actually did work out. He just didn't end up sealing the deal. So he is going to go back. By the way, he's just picking straight up tournament variation of the 1. He didn't make his own variation called the 1. You can do as well. He's just picking the old tournament ones here, tried and true.
That's it. They're available. They're there. They're in the game, especially in the competitive mode. Yeah, I mean, he had it. He had it in so many ways. He had that first game and just kind of dropped the ball a few places here and there. So he can definitely, pick up the pieces and say, all right, I know where I messed up. You can move on from this. But you definitely can't deny the fact that Val is playing very, very clutch. He shimmied him twice there at the end of that first game, and that's what solidified it for him. That cartwheel roll, very tough to deal with. Very tough to deal with, especially because you don't know if she's going to commit to the whole string, put herself back into a safe spot, and no way you're going to do anything unless you have an extremely fast move, and even if you do, it's still not good enough.
The 4-4 is, yeah, I think it's -7, It's not like you're plus frames, it's just that you're so sure that she's going to do something else afterward. Oh no! The classic error of pressing down plus block during a juggle.
Yeah, you go to block. Yeah, it feels super bad. You go to block that low, and you do it a little too late, and you're like, oh, that was a breakaway that I definitely didn't want. Now I have to wait all this time to get this bar back. This is not a good spot for H-Dope right here. But he's got to stay calm. He's almost got his bar back, almost going to come back from, that input error, huge error there. Let's see where he can find the back 1 range, or hopefully the stand 3 range from Spawn. Ooh, Banshee screen getting right under it, right through. Projectiles immune completely here in the animation of that cape swoop, that charge there. Confirmed, good combo.
Slowly moving forward here.
feel like he's trying to
At least
get
there's outside of what Spawn can do, even the character like Simu has some nice range and almost on his stuff. Can't really challenge
Definitely.
him for up 3.
Definitely good range for the most part, but a little bit slower. Definitely a little bit slower.
Right.
Low scream, just kind of clipping him over and over again. I feel like he's too scared to commit to any kind of offense, so he's just playing way too defensively here. That's why he was opened up easily by a throw. But definitely a trade in his favor as long as he amplifies it. But gotta watch out for that low scream where she just kind of arcs all the way down. Low profiles a lot of things. Definitely enough here.
H-Dope standing there.
Final round. Fight!
But yeah, that low screen's been a big part of this, of course. Oh, wow. Interesting.
Oh, he tried to go for a whip punish, but she committed to the whole string, the whole forward 4 string, and you just don't know. It drives you insane because it's one of the most frustrating things to deal with, about Sindel outside of a crushing blow scream. This is definitely up there. Definitely up there where you just don't know. Do I swing? Is she going to whiff? Is she not going to whiff? Oh, big crushing blow right to the face. Going to lead into a big combo here. Going to try to keep it up.
Just built that far. That was so close. Almost 400.
40%. Unbreakable.
Red a grab. Neutral duck was the choice for H-Dope. And nope. Val just coming in there for something very safe, forward 4 like he had been doing. It's not like he's taking risks in pressure. He's not taking even the kind of risk that you need for a throw, which is not a great risk, right? It's not huge, but it is a risk, and he's not even doing that. He's just playing this super safe, very controlled sort of style. So now, what do we see from H-Dope? What's the choice? We've seen Shiva from him, keep in mind. Kung Lao, he said, is an option for himself.
Yeah, Kung Lao could be the winning scenario here. I mean, that first game of Spawn with Spawn, definitely a lot closer than that second game. That second game was all Val. Okay. Looks like we're going maybe Shiva. We did see this against Nivik, which forced Nivik to pick Sub-Zero, which H-Dope, I believe, switched away from Shiva in order to deal with that Sub-Zero. So let's see if Val knows how to deal with the stance, the infamous stance, the dragon stance. We can see here the stance. This is the stance. We're also going to
Death
have
March as well, Queen's Punishment as well. Okay.
Queen's Punishment is the low grab, correct? So this is, you're going to see her, double dipping into turn by doing stuff like down 1 into low grab.
I don't know.
Right next.
Really recovered in time and actually recovered for the punishment of his own in time. That is incredible.
Stance.
But about this range right here, you can be stuck. You're stuck here. You don't need to be watching. There.
Little screen back, little projectile back.
Taking a bunch of projectile chip damage. It doesn't need to be the case. But Val's still down in life.
I feel like the trades projectiles is always in Shiva's favor. It's very tough to get something on the board. I mean, that one got through clean. No trade at all. Goes for the hair flip.
Oh my god! What a solution! The hair flip. The first 2 times we've seen it in this entire set, because those are the first 2 times that we saw almost any risk at all in this entire set.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. And it's just like a completely maniac thing to do. Yes, it hits as an overhead, but it is so unsafe. But, just figured, whatever, do or die. I mean, I've got no health. There's no way I'm trying to contest, this projectile war. So let me just go for it. And it paid off. Wow, looking incredible here. The cancel of the scream, getting real tricky, going for the full carbon string. And just kind of, now that Val has a huge life lead, perfect call out, perfect punish of the stomp. Gonna go for the corner positioning here, big jump in, and just backing off Val. 100% momentum running from the end of round number 1 with those crazy 2 hair flip combos. That was insane.
I really like some of what we saw right there. He actually did challenge in between the string and the dragon stance. Again, you can do that, right? This is not like some perfect thing. The startup oven is pretty long, actually. And if she ever tries to do dragon stance into cancel, into trying to pressure more, that's always like minus 15 to 20. Like, it's mega punishable. So you're with that stance, yes, you are definitely able to do some chip damage in some situations against some characters. I think you can control the screen really well. I think it's a good move, and especially I really like the amplify, the slow fireball. But there are definitely solutions to this, and we saw some of that in that match right there. Even I think it was just down 3, if I recall, maybe it was down 4 for Sindel, that actually was able to trade, and even trade, right? That's okay. You're back to a situation where you're not in contention with that right up close. I liked a lot of what we saw right there. The way that he dealt with the stomp, I thought was great as well. You know, moving around, back and forth, back to punish. That kind of stuff was really good too. And the ability as a player to play this style versus Spawn of slow, patient, not taking risks. Again, not even the throw, right? Just not risky at all. Yeah. And then as soon as it was a different matchup where he felt like, oh, I'm in the first round, I'm getting zoned out. I'm in trouble. I better try some stuff. Hair flip, right? The risk. That change as a player is not always easy to make that strategic change from one style to another, and he's able to do that too. So very, very nicely done. I really like what we saw.
Yeah, and that's why he had that move equipped there. I mean, you want the threat of that move to be there, and you want to use it whenever you need it. That move also has a very nice crushing blow that does pretty good damage. Tacks it up, if you need those Hail Mary moves. As we all know, Sindel loves those comebacks, loves those scream crushing blows. All that unbreakable damage that it leads into is just insane, and that's what makes for like a great comeback character that also has all this utility. But yeah, like you were saying, the Dragon Stance from Shiva, I think it's really powerful right now because this is something that has so many different times, so many different variations of, she can do 1 fireball, then cancel, 2, 3 fireballs, then cancel. So you don't really know exactly what she's going to do. She's got so many different options, but it looks like we're going right into the next match. This is, again, reminder, this is a Greek player versus a Russian player. Greece versus Russia in the lower bracket. This should be loser semifinals, if I remember correctly. Winner of this will make it into the losers finals. We have Nivik go up against Nitras.
So Nitras had the Aaron, and I think we both liked it. Scud shot up Peacemaker. Okay, let's go. And then enhanced locked and loaded. So I'm looking for up Peacemaker as a way to deal with bionic pounds.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's like an up shot from...
Yeah, man. I haven't seen it much. But I'm just in my quick perusal of what the customs are back when they first became tournament legal. Yeah, I think he just shoots up into the sky.
Round 1.
Interesting. Okay, let's see what he can do with it. Let's see how well it deals with, one of the best air characters in this game. Trying to challenge here with down 3s. Nivik getting in, and Nitras being very patient until then, right there. Maybe looking for some kind of anti-air, and looks like that's the shot right there. A double gunshot to the sky. Oh no, nobody was home and somehow didn't get punished. Nivik wasn't ready to swing yet. Maybe he thought it was going to auto-correct, but Nivik ready to find the combo. Big hit confirm into the grease kick. Getting the back throw, possibly for a throw mix, but it doesn't matter. Wasn't going to attack either way, and Nitras holding on for dear life to that block button, but not this time around. Too scared of the back-to-back throws, and Nivik all over his opponent right now.
That Peacemaker has not really come into play. He's tried it a couple of times, it hasn't worked. I don't know that it's fast enough to do that on reaction. I guess we'll see if he can make that happen, but it's not like Nivik's only just been doing bionic pounds on the way in. He's also been harassing really, really well up close with the mids, moving forward in more conventional sorts of ways. Yeah, safe moments like this. And then reset for the grab, and with the extra juice on it is enough. Look at the damage, 132.42, and that was enough as a result. Nivik was a very, very strong game number 1.
That was such a fast game number 1. Indeed, I mean, like Nivik just made the right calls, knew when to throw, knew when to hit with mids, and I feel like Nitras got a little too antsy there, maybe a little too willing to risk things to go for anti-airs. I know Jackie's a very tough character. To anti-air even with those options, she's got the ability to counterplay against those options. There's no, one size fits all solution. I mean, that's kind of the theme of this of fighting games in general. I mean, you don't always have something that just stops everything possible coming at you.
Yeah.
There are ways to play against them. Let's see if Nitros changes up the abilities at all. Like you mentioned, really didn't see that upward shot doing anything at all, but he's sticking with it. Enhanced, locked, and loaded, so he's going to get some more options out of the rifle. I guess it's technically like a rifle stance, a rifle option.
Yeah.
He's going to have the scud shot and the anti-air up guns. Let's see if we can stop Jackie from jumping in. Well, honestly, Nivik's not going crazy. He's not jumping around like a maniac. He's just kind of sticking to his guns. Never mind. As soon as I say he's not jumping around like a maniac, here comes down two to anti-air Jackie. With the wake-up button, Nivik finding success here, trying to hit that forward two, but the breakaway stops the combo in its tracks. Nitros getting hit there. Nivik understanding, getting under things, and punishing during those recovery frames.
Yeah, I mean, he tried for the string and just didn't believe that he should do the rest of it, and Nivik was able to escape as a result. That was only the opportunity we've seen so far. Looking for the bionic bounce, didn't come. Here we go, at least
I feel like
full screen.
Yeah, I feel like he went into the goop just to get access to the Fatal Blow, because Aaron Black has an incredible Fatal Blow, hits full screen, hits really fast, and it's one of the tougher ones to punish if you're not right next to him. Forward throw, is it going to be enough to seal the deal? No! Even with her less health, still not able to do it, tries to throw down the acid in a bad spot here, but he challenges him with a down one, so ready to just say, I am poking here, get away from me, I want to win this.
What a scramble at the end. That was back and forth. And then not punished on the grab. Here we go. And he maintained corner. That's what he would love to do. He's backing off a little bit. I thought we were going to see the up Peacemaker. We did not. Underneath.
I thought I was
low
going to
profile.
see it too.
Get out of there.
It must just be like a really tough thing to hit as an anti-air, and Jackie should have a way around it. I mean, she can cancel and just kind of stop her tracks, stop her air trajectory right where she is. Gonna punish
she can
that.
Get different distances anyway, right? She doesn't even need to be there.
Yeah, exactly.
So here's Nitros in the corner. Nivik trying to get away, and he successfully does in the middle of the string. Oh my god, but the wrist comes out from Nitros. I appreciate Nivik going for the string right there. If that had worked, it would have gotten rid of the acid underneath him, and he would have gotten the side switch and a big damage combo. I think it makes sense as a choice. It just wasn't, there was nothing to counter it. You know, Nitros was not taking something out at that moment right there.
No, he was playing it very patiently, very calm, and yeah, when the crushing blows do trigger, they do take everything off the board, so to speak, you know, whether you're talking about DOT acid or some kind of special effect that's, you know, on your opponent or on yourself, it does go away once those, you know, crushing blow and fatal blow animations go into, you know, process. It kind of just nullifies and eliminates everything that's active out there. So let's see what Nivik's going for. We saw him play a little bit of Sub-Zero. We saw him play a little bit of Spawn. Let's see how he can deal with this Aaron Black here. Looks like he's going regular Jackie Briggs here. I think I saw the leap and the downward shot, which should just be upgraded Jackie, the regular variation that we're all super familiar with. Variation that oh no, he's going grenade launcher. I guess I missaw. The icons are so small on there, and you don't see it until it actually loads out. But you know, Jackie is the character that, you know, helped Nivik qualify into Final Combat, and you know, let Nivik, you know, show off his skills there as he was the Interkontinental champion during the first year of Mortal Kombat 11.
That's got cancel for the first time. In pressure right here, trying to add some extra layers to it. Let Jackie directly in.
Nice throw, nice fall out of the block. Got some goop on the ground. Aaron Black getting a little tricky here, not ending the string with as he normally does there at the end with that overhead, but instead going into the rifle to try to catch Nivik sleeping or slipping in that scenario. It looks like there's too much goop on the ground for it to, you know, collect there. Oh, it's just mids after mids. No,
And, you know,
I think he was looking for a throws.
This game has really, really great netcode, but we're definitely on like the bounds of what is possible for any technology. So the connection's probably not super great. I don't know. What I'm trying to say is I don't know about using something like a Peacemaker, which seems like it really is just reactive, you know, as far as how to shut down the bionic mount. I don't know that it's practical to expect that you're going to be able to do this. We'll see. Haven't seen it yet.
You could see him doing it like preemptively there. Like he maybe thought Nivik could possibly go for a jump in that scenario. Oh, speaking of jumping, neutral jump punch doesn't go fully into a combo, but instead cuts it short to throw on some goop onto the ground for some DOT. Oh, this is going to be close here.
A big damage combo, and then he's going to have to deal with some of that goop, surely. Fatal's not going to be back for a little bit, so even just that on the ground is going to do it. Yep. Very nice call by Nivik. And unfortunately, the use of the Fatal Blow just a few seconds earlier was actually why Nivik was not concerned about putting that out there. If he had taken a shot, if there had been a trade, say he gets shot or something, I don't know. No big deal, right? It's not going to take a lot of damage. And all he needs to do is just put the goop on the floor. That's all he needed. And at that point, he was going to be guaranteed that game.
And it's also like he had to hit that perfect little middle spot where like you didn't want to hit him directly at the goop. You just wanted it like to land at his feet and then, you know, kill him just by, you know, the close proximity of it. So, you know, you could see him inching to that spot, but he didn't want to like overcommit. He didn't want to like, you know, say directly like this is what I'm going to do, because that might have opened up an opportunity for Nitros. So he's just very calmly, very slowly getting in a position, putting on that goop, and taking that victory here. He's sticking here. He's sticking it out with the up Peacemaker for the ability. I don't know if, again, you made a really good point, David. Is this going to be enough when you're playing online, especially from such a far, you know, region to region? Is this practical? Is this something that can help you? Because I have not seen it connect a single time. And even if it does connect, what does Aaron get off of it? Can he get a big conversion? Can he get a great setup? Probably not. A lot of anti-airs in this game don't lead into too much damage.
We're talking about a quick math distance of about 11,000 kilometers here. So yeah, I mean, again, great netcode, but we are unfortunately bound by the laws of physics, and at some point there's going to be an end to that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, got him out of the sky, and this is the chance now for Nivik to begin. The whiffs! Yeah, Nivik got it. What a perfect moment to call out. Looking for the breakaway, nothing comes. And so was Nitros there. These guys are both making the reads, and neither one is biting.
Yeah, nobody wants to commit to the breakaway. You're coming off a lot of resources here, especially Jackie. She's going to need them to, you know, use that air mobility. Forward throw here from Nitros, throwing that Looney Tunes dynamite. The overhead just getting blocked here from Nivik. What a reaction, and you really got to be impressed that he's doing it in this netcode. And Nivik getting around that anti-air attempt, but not getting the full combo here, not getting the full damage that he could have been. Oh, and I think he tried to dash punch there. I think he thought he was going to try to put the rifle away, but he just kept shooting. He's got one bullet left there in the chamber, but then after that,
hey,
he used it.
We saw it. He did, and he got Oki, I guess. That's what he got.
Yeah. Really no damage there. I don't know if there's an amplified version of that, but I mean, it just kind of knocked him out of the sky. And, you know, if you look at risk reward, Jackie gets so much for jumping into the air. So she's definitely willing to take that risk.
The big hit confirms coming out for Nitros. We've been mostly talking about how he hasn't, you know, he's had the upshot and hasn't been able to use it very often, but he is looking good right now. Got a life lead, but they can take it away so quickly. Nice read right there. This is going to be a full damage fatal blow, which is not quite going to be enough, but still, if that breakaway had not come, the damage scale would have been there. Yeah, look at this, super close. And now the goop at the feet is definitely an issue. But so is Aaron's fatal blow. If he sees her throw anything, she is going to get shot.
Oh God, it's got shot and he's just jumping in. He just jumps in. He's like, hold this acid. And he said, hold this Jackie leap from downtown. Upgraded, coming right at your face. Nivik, what a clutch moment there for him to just take and capture. Down goops.
He's had that a couple of times. Yeah, the double goop up in the sky has really been helpful for him because Nitros has tried to do things like down 4 underneath or sweep underneath, slow profile. And Nivik's pulling that up by doing that. It's been very good calls for him. Forward for the first.
Definitely. Forward throw, keep the corner positioning here. Not really willing to go for throw mix, and I think that's the right call. I think that's the right call not to go for throw mix in this scenario here. Forward 4 does hit the overhead here, and just getting real tricky. I mean, you see the overhead, you see the cancel into the low instead of the regular overhead string, so Nivik's just kind of guessing here. Oh, trying to wake up with those buttons is Nivik, and Nivik ready to connect that up 3, ready to take some plus frames. Not enough, though.
The noob on the ground. Nitros has Fatal Blow, and if he can find one hit of it, just gets in there with Bionic Bounce. Nivik takes it 3 games to 1, super close at the end. I think the calculation was, can you react to this in time? Are you ready for this? Sure. Can you react to me like throwing a goop, trying to chip you out with your available? Probably yes. Can you react to this up in the sky? The answer was no, and Nivik takes it. I really like that calculation at the end.
It was good. It was a good call out. It worked out for him twice, and that's why it was so... Yeah. It was so brave. It was so brave that he used that same strategy the previous round, same scenario like you called out, and he leaped in right at the perfect time, and that just worked out 100% for Nivik. Nivik looking incredible here, moving on to the losers finals, trying to make this a full Greek grand finals, depending on, you know, who goes into grand finals, or I'm sorry, depending on, wait, I'm sorry, we already did that part of the bracket. I got confused because yesterday we did it the other way. So if we get an updated bracket, we could definitely see here. And we should have a link for you guys if you guys do want to follow along at home. It is through eslgaming.com. But yeah, let's
So Val is in grand finals, you know, right? He took H-Dope down in winners finals, so he's hanging out in grand finals. Their losers finals is going to be H-Dope versus Nivik. That is a rematch, folks, from the very beginning of this top 8, where if you recall, H-Dope took it over Nivik 3 games to 2. Nivik almost had that comeback with his switch to Sub-Zero. That almost worked. Just not quite enough, and it was the Shiva that did a lot of the work for H-Dope to get there.
Yeah, so I think this time it might be a little bit different because Nivik, knowing that, you know, the Sub-Zero had a lot more success against the Shiva, being able to slide under those stance fireballs, you know, H-Dope has to kind of, you know, take that into account. You know, he has to take that in the knowledge that he gave his opponent from the last set is going to play a big part of it. And it was a close set, man. It came down 3-2, as you guys can see there in the bracket, but it was very, very close there. And man, what a story! What a story! And let's check out this merchandise here for you guys. You guys can rep your realm, rep your characters that you can see here if it is available to you. I know all you Melina stands love to shout out at the top of your lungs about how much you love Melina. Well, now you can take that pride out into the real world by purchasing a Melina shirt that represents North America and the North American League. All you guys have to do to cop this merch is head over to amazon.com/Mortal Kombat. You guys can rep Scorpion, you can rep Liga Latina, you can rep Melina, whatever you want. It's right here. Really awesome stuff. Definitely check it out and just share your love. Share your love with the world. Your passion, your love for Mortal Kombat 11. And
well, we got a lot more Mortal Kombat 11 coming up soon. We're going to take a short break. We have the top 3 losers finals and then grand finals coming up after this.
Jokes, no gimmicks, just combat.
PlayStation. Looking for attention, I don't need the extra tension, cause I'm in the 4th dimension, trapeze high in suspension. Now don't bother with the haters, cause they all be imitators. Real life manipulators, get it back up and see you later. I like me for me, I'ma be what
Hey guys, Ketchup and Mustard here, and it's time to test your might in the Mortal Kombat 11 Open Series. Ready to rumble? Power on your PlayStation and head to the Events app. Filter by type and select a convenient date and time. Boot up MK11 and locate the PS4 Tournaments menu option. Click it to visit a familiar place, the Console Events tab. Sign up and prepare to play. Once registered, you can view your tournament details and check-in time. A notification will remind you to tighten your black belt and get over here for your match. Continue combat in the open qualifiers to close in on the competition. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the tournaments.
PlayStation. Who are you?
I'm your worst nightmare.
Any ring I step into is mine. End of the line.
Then this fight is now personal.
It is exhausting being so perfect.
Hello, fans and combatants. Welcome back to another incredible top 8. Now getting down to the nitty-gritty. We're in a top 3 scenario. We have losers finals coming up. And again, this is the Intercontinental Combat week 4. Eastern Europe. I always mix it up in my head, but Eastern Europe. We have a lot of great players from Greece and from Russia. My name is Darth Arma, joined, of course, by Ultra David. See, I got the side right there just for you, David. I was thinking about that all night, making sure we know which way it is. But yeah, I can't wait to see how this pans out. Or I'm sorry, we're down. This is it, man. This is do or die for a lot of these players. on the brink of elimination. Nivik getting knocked down into the lower bracket a lot sooner than most people thought by a fellow Greek player, and now making the comeback all the way through, able to get the run back here, and let's see what he can do. But right now, sitting pretty, representing Russia, we have on the higher side, we have Val. Val just wrecking over and over again. Hopefully we can get a bracket. Yes, we do. Right here, as we can see, Nivik going down to H-Dope, but H-Dope not being able to really get much going against Val. Val very clean, on a very clean streak, 3-0 in that winners finals. And Val has an extra cushion to kind of, sit pretty with. Able to stay in the grand finals and needs to lose 2 sets in order to be eliminated from the tournament, but that's for the set after here. What we have coming up next for you is losers finals. Whoever loses here is going to be taking 3rd place, and whoever wins is still going to have a shot of being the champion of this top 8 for today for the Intercontinental Kombat Cup. But again, it's not just this week. There are multiple weeks here. There's a whole schedule. There is a link if you guys do want to go and look for it. As you guys can see all the rules. If you guys are in this region and you weren't able to compete, it's not too late, and you can get out there. You can, sign up for multiple weeks and, compete with the best, see how well you do. But this is the cream of the crop here. These are really, really good players, really well-represented countries in terms of, the NRS FGC. A lot of Greek players, especially Nivik. Nivik competing at so many levels internationally, locally, in Tekken and in Mortal Kombat. He does it all. He does it all. And
so on the line are points right now, right? That's what players are playing for. First place in this will get 350 points. Second place is 260. Third is 230. So this is definitely an overtime sort of thing. We're here in the first week of it. There are going to be many more. Whoever gets the most points will be in the regional finals at the end, and then whoever wins that will, share part of the prize pot overall. So there is quite a significant difference in overall points between first and second. Second and third is not such a big jump, but obviously, in order to have a chance at that first place, you got to be at least second, and that's what they're going to be fighting for here. In the previous battle that they had, as you mentioned, this was something that we saw at the beginning of the top 8, of course, when Nivik went down to H-Dope. I am very curious about the characters that we're going to see here, because we saw Nivik start out with Jackie. It did not work out. He went to Sub-Zero, and it looks like he might be beginning by doing that. Yeah, so there's... Oh, we might need a blind pick, folks. Will it be Jackie? We've seen Spawn. We've seen Shiva and Kung Lao on H-Dope side. We've seen Spawn on his side as well. It could be anything. Let's get a blind pick, folks, or maybe just do the hidden select. What do we got? Shang Tsung? Yeah.
There is an in-game blind pick. You can utilize. You can utilize a hidden select and not reveal to your opponent who you are going to be using. And it looks like Nivik is thinking about it. I mean, right now he's messing around with the controls. Some players have different controls for different characters, different variations. It looks like Nivik going Sub-Zero, but somebody's second guessing it. It looks like it's Nivik. This matchup did have success for Nivik in the past in the winners round 1 of the top 8, but it was just too little, too late. It did get him the victory to force H-Dope to come off of Shiva, but H-Dope was able to secure it with a different character. Right now, Nivik...
Deep Freeze. This is a different variation of Sub-Zero here. He has Deep Freeze and Rising Ice. So before, he did not have Amplified Ice Ball, which is what Deep Freeze gives you. He wasn't able to crush projectiles. He wasn't able to get overhead into Ice Ball combo. Now he's got both of those on deck, and H-Dope's going to have to understand that in order to play against him.
Yeah. Yes. Definitely. You got to watch out for that. It will crush through any projectiles, whether it's 1 or 4 of them, depending on how fast they're coming out. It's going right through all of it. Oh man, look at that combo. Look at that. It's almost like it's free damage. And it looks like right now Nivik just found out my slide does not go under that amplified dragon stance. It goes under a lot of things, obviously slide changes in every single game, but it usually goes under things like that. I feel like I'm also a little surprised that it does. Cleaning out the earwax.
Oh, okay. And then, oh, I love this. Yeah, didn't even put his hurt boxes at risk, just brought in Dragon Stance. That did mean that as a result, Nivik could have done Wake Up Jump. You know, that was a risk that H-Dope was willing to take, though.
Yeah, but he felt like something was coming in terms of the wake up. Good punish there, going for the slide, and he waited just a little bit, just in case Shiva goes for that delay on that. Oh, he actually held the crushing blow. He didn't want to use it. That definitely countered. Oh man, speaking of crushing blow, breaking the armor, fulfilling one of the crushing blow requirements, and getting some good damage, but Nivik with the wake up buttons, getting some good combo opportunities here, leaving him in his own crushing blow, crushing his own ribs here. Flawless block up to. Now we saw H-Dope doing this so many times in their first game earlier today, and right now it's spelling a lot more. It's just gonna be enough. It doesn't scale that much.
It's gonna be close on this one. One more hit? It's not enough. It is enough on the kick. Oh my god. H-Dope takes game number 1.
Very, very close scenario here.
The little kick at the end was enough. That was incredible.
Yeah, just kind of pushed him with your toes. Just like push him over to the other side. But incredible hit confirm here from H-Dope. Called it out. And 3 great plays. Not only just, calling out the breakaway from Nivik, giving him the crushing blow, but also the flawless block up 2 of the anti-air, which he's incredible at. Shiva's got, a quick one, but it's not the best one in the world, so you have to be a little bit careful about when you flawless block up 2. You can't really do it defensively other than just doing it to somebody's jump in. But it works. It works here, as we can see. It goes into some good damage, and we had a nice fatal blow conversion. That was just enough. Perfectly well calculated here from H-Dope. Now Nivik thinking about different variations possibly. Looking like he wants Creeping Ice and the Air Axe. Yes, he's going to be selecting that. So he's going to have a little bit more, I'd say more mobility. The Amplified Ice didn't play as big of a factor as I thought it would. David, I don't know if you have the same thoughts.
I thought that would come into more play, especially because previously we saw Nivik being willing to take risks like forward, like overhead into, fatal blow, whatever it may be, right? He just didn't get that stuff. So instead he's going back to the variation that he played when they were in winner's side. And this did work versus the Shiva. But, I don't know, we'll see. H-Dope was able to take that there.
Yeah, and I think it worked. It worked not really because of anything specific, but yeah, gets the slide. He doesn't get too much damage, but he wants to, fulfill those crushing blow requirements. 3 amplified slides does give you access to some good damage, especially if it's, just a raw slide. Wake up 2 from Nivik instead of just regular wake up buttons. Trying to keep it as safe as possible with that creeping ice, but doesn't realize.
It's not easy to whip punish with Shiva. Like, her buttons are pretty short. So to be able to whip punish means that you're standing at exactly the right spot.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. It's a transfer pressure, comes in immediately, and doesn't take it. That definitely could have been the win while jumps in again. So look, the sub was good enough last time, but maybe not right now.
I'm surprised that Shiva didn't go right into Dragon Stance just to, kind of solidify, especially because it was such a good range to be in. Sub-Zero able to get some kind of combo, definitely making the trade a little bit more in his favor, but the fact that Shiva got 2 of those fireballs in, it pretty much evened it up. Big jump in from Sub-Zero, that big jump in 1 reaching all the way down, extending that arm. Oh, not getting the follow-up there on that string. Sub-Zero falling right out of it. Look at this chip damage. Nivik trying to get some kind of reversal slide, but it's not fast enough. You really gotta specifically grab against these things to see what you can do against Shiva. Good call out of the breakaway, hitting the down 2, getting as much damage as possible. And speaking of down 2s, here comes Shiva's momentum. Able to block and able to punish. Good stuff here from Nivik. Keeping it nice and simple here, right into the down 2. No need to, chalk it up to any kind of execution. I like it. There's the stance.
With that 6-frame down 1, I haven't tested every character in the game, but I would be surprised if Sub can't press a button.
The down 1 is a little stubbier than it looks. As you can see, a lot of Sub-Zero players love to point that fact out, but it could be. It could be a little. It could be.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I haven't checked for every character in the game.
Oh, the whip punish here from Nivik.
Yeah, very nice by Nivik. Awareness of where he should be standing was great. Now trying for the hit confirms. Okay. Will he apply it? Yes. Alright, buddy. You're gonna bleed if you go anywhere. And he's okay with it, I guess. He just backed off.
Yeah, I think he's just taking it as a loss, like right away. Like, all right, I'm losing health. I'm not gonna lose because of it. So let me just not put myself in a bad situation, because we've seen the Dragon Stance, like how momentum heavy it can be. Like once you start blocking all those things, or worse, getting hit by them, I think he's got the crushing blow requirement here. That was either 2 or 3 here.
Oh, I think you're right. Yeah.
Oh, not there in time, but Nivik able to block confirm here. Gonna give Shiva access to her fatal blow. Tries to go in for the slide. Amplify Shiva, breaking away at the last possible second. Shiva jumping back, but somehow Sub-Zero's jumping attack did not connect. Oh my god, he didn't.
What patience. And the time just ran out. Nivik was so sure that he would just be able to survive even if she went for a grab that he was just super patient. Go for a grab, why not? I'm a little surprised to not have seen some of the overheads that Shiva can bring out, because Nivik was doing a lot of cross blocking, but still, it was really good defense by Nivik. He was absolutely right. And even in that moment of, what was it, dash, 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 still, look, you gotta throw me, right? That's all he was looking for until the end.
Exactly, yeah. So H-Dope was just like, come on, flinch, come on, flinch, come on, flinch. And Nivik was giving him nothing. Just, nope, I'm good. I'm hanging out here as long as you don't open me up. And I know Shiva does have that overhead, but even if she went for that overhead, it would have been, it's followed by a few strings. So you kind of see it coming. And then the only other overhead was maybe like a short hop overhead, which doesn't lead into any like combo damage. Like she can't cancel into fatal blow or anything like that from it. So Nivik understood the scenario, understood what was available for his opponent, what was available for himself, and said the best thing to do is just sit here, crouch block. Sit here, crouch block. Don't move, don't move, don't move. Looks like H-Dope going over to Kung Lao, which is what he used to deal with this Sub-Zero in the previous set between these players and the winner's side in winners from round 1 of the top 8.
And I can definitely see why Nivik told us beforehand that he respects H-Dope. He has said that H-Dope has been playing Spaces since MKX, and that although Nivik had success the last time they played, he was sure that H-Dope would come in prepared this time, and you can see that's exactly what has happened.
Oh yeah, I definitely see a great warrior here. Someone putting in the time, putting in the work to just become a better fighting game player. Here comes the Buzzsaw hat, new to the unlocked customizable variation. Something we haven't really seen before. Oh, good block in the overhead. Did he react to that? That was insane.
Legends say that it's reactable. That's what the myths and legends we all live with say.
According to the lore.
There are people who are claiming that.
According to the lore. Okay. Oh, Nivik getting hit by that wiggly hat. That's what I'm going to call it. Challenging with a down 1. Yeah, wiggly hat. Throwing the axe.
Nivik,
now that
look for one more moment here. Just get to that's a just great choice. Classic choice. You think that they're going to delay, or maybe you just see that they do delay. Just jump. Get out of there. You can dash away in many cases. Just move.
Yeah, and that air projectile is something that's kind of tough to really get the flawless block timing down. We got a really, really good reaction to get that consistently. Good conversions here from Nivik. The down 2, of course, leading to a better frame advantage situation here where he can dash up and just apply whatever he wants, whether he wants to overhead, the low, maybe a throw. Was blocking that very tip of the hat as it's brought back. And Kung Lao in a world of hurt here. Oh no! A miss confirm here from Nivik. No way that was going to hit. 1-2, you can hit confirm it, but it is definitely one of the tougher strings to do it for, especially online. Now, H-Dope in full control, in the driver's seat right now, as he just gave access to Fatal Blow. Both players have Fatal Blow now, and there it is, just swinging.
Great awareness by Nivik to understand what he could do to get through something. He literally game planned for that in the past. Knew that he had the Fatal Blow, like you just said. It had just become available, but he was aware of that, of course. So Nivik there with the game. This is 2-1 for him. And now, what's it going to be from H-Dope? We've seen him with the Kung Lao. We've seen him from the Shiva. We also saw the Spawn. in winners finals. And when Nivik was describing some of the players to us, he said specifically, H-Dope plays a great spawn. I think that's what it seemed like he thought might be the choice for H-Dope in advance.
Yeah, but sometimes you want to kind of keep your opponent guessing. And even though these guys are friends, they've played casuals together. Right now, in the heat of the moment, in the tournament with points on the line, you're rivals. However you want to see it, you're rivals. You're on different teams, and you gotta bring something different to the table. You gotta surprise your opponent. And looks like H-Dope is going back to Shiva, possibly because he doesn't know if he can pick something else that can also stop any potential counter picks from Nivik. He knows he was able to win against Sub-Zero in that first match, so that's possibly what he's trying to focus on right now, and trying to hover over the idea of, all right, Shiva can deal with Sub-Zero. I just got to be a little bit more aggressive here, as we can see, going right into the overhead, and Nivik getting clipped there. Nivik going for a world of hurt. Here comes the stance. Not only is it doing a lot of chip, but right there it actually all comboed as Nivik was caught, possibly backdashing or maybe trying to jump out of the scenario, not really sure. And H-Dope has no reason to get hit by those axes, but that slide is going to cut off the mobility, because in this game, in order to move, you have to let go of block. When you're not holding on a block, you're not going to avoid that slide.
It's been a very, very patient game so far by H-Dope. Been spending a lot of this time just walking backwards. Maybe too much. He's caught in the corner now. Wow, it did work! Back to he was hoping as anti-air, but it worked anyway. Do not look for the low. And now you gotta ask yourself what H-Dope's game plan is. I'm sure he had life advantage earlier, no longer, and now how does he make it back? He's just gonna be playing that patient style.
Yeah, definitely patient style is what I see coming from him. Creeping ice. Oh, I feel like creeping ice does a lot. Yeah, it does a lot where like oh my god, jump back punch! And now there's 10 seconds left on the clock. Nivik, what are you gonna do? Just a regular jump kick.
There's playing a patient style is fine, but maybe there's a point at which it's not gonna work anymore, and I think that's kind of what H-Dope has run into as his Shiva versus Sub the last couple times he's played the character here. Well, he's at least gonna get pressure here, and the armor brick and big damage. So 400 into, tried for the overhead, and no. Nivik out of it.
Comes down one, able to get him some plus frames, able to get him some block strings that he can cancel and go for the tricky overhead. Now I like the recognition there from H-Dope, seeing that the forward 4-4 did connect and that he had to wait just a little bit to throw those fireballs from the Dragon Stance. Now Nivik getting a nice combo here in the corner, able to cash in big with a crushing blow, 42%, not bad at all, and no challenge here from H-Dope, but he was able to block the overhead.
And her own fatal blow gets through.
I don't know.
Her buttons were not far or fast enough to easily punish against the fatal blow. And yet, she was able to take the round anyway. And what a big swing from, again, that patient style to being willing to take the risk when the chips are down.
What a scramble there at the end. I mean, just very unorthodox gameplay, punish that didn't happen, and then it still just somehow was able to get that fatal blow to connect. Getting clipped by Creeping Ice. Now, Nivik has been tacking on so much damage from Creeping Ice, and I don't know if it's because H-Dope is trying to flawless block it, or if it's a beautiful slide there, getting right under, didn't want to block any more of those fireballs, and that's where, Sub-Zero pick is going to be coming in here. Cashing in big as this is the final round. You better do it, especially because you're not going to be afraid of fatal blows, because it's already been used. You don't need to bypass it. But right now, you're in a world of hurt. This is where Shiva wants. This is where Dragon Stance ends. Very, very oppressive.
Yeah, he gets it out of there. The KB's already been used, and there's no Amplify available. This is where Shiva can really do some chip with this stuff. Yes! I love the cancel! Again, that's taking a bunch of frames in your own hands. Down one. Can he get a punish this time? Yes! H-Dope is not out of it yet. 2-2.
Yeah, Nivik bet it all on the low. Didn't even bother to go for the hit confirm, because I feel like at that point, wherever he was, super negative, Shiva was just gonna, swing back with her mids, which are pretty fast for scenarios, especially if, Nivik's negative after the back 3-2 string. I definitely see why he went for the fatal blow. You know, had he had a little bit more life to play with, a few more resources, or even another round, you know, he might have not done that. He might have tried doing something else, but you know, it was do or die for him there. It was do or die.
I wonder if there will be a switch for Nivik. I feel like he's been comfortable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And same variation? Yes.
Same variation.
Same variation.
Same skin, Dimitri Vegas.
Yeah. That's so
I think,
and not
I think
just
Nivik,
with the voice. So good. It's hilarious.
I love that Nivik is like very proud to like represent, because he Dimitri Vegas is also from Greece, so he's like very proud to represent his country, not only as him as a player, but also, you know, this this artist, this celebrity technically, who got included into this game by, you know, doing all the some of the voice acting and being an alternate skin. Really, really nice to see the civic pride here. Oh, baby, down two, crushing blow, knocking the teeth right out of Scorpion's mouth. I'm sorry, Sub-Zero's mouth. I got too excited there. Dimitri Vegas' mouth.
Yeah, Dimitri Vegas, thank you. Oh no, you can't just sit there.
Yeah, I think he froze. I think
sometimes you try to get the cancel, maybe it's a little weird. I think it's up. It's something a little strange. No cancel after there. Trying to take his turn wherever he can. Backing off, and at this range, you just can't easily throw those Dragon Stance projectiles. Yeah, I mean, even if one or two of them hit, Sub is almost always going to get the trade. At minimum, he's going to get a slide, right? Which at least applies one part of the crushing blow. So as a result, H-Dope knows he can't just stay away, and he's been slowly walking his opponent into the corner. That's been kind of his game plan over the last couple of games. Wow, amazing jump back timing. It was the perfect moment. Here's a big moment as well. Great damage. Will he apply bleed? No. Oh, Nivik, what was the attempt? Did he try to wake up Slide?
I'm not really sure. I mean, maybe it was wake up jump. You know, but in that was a very strategical placement of Shiva, putting herself where those downward fireballs were actually going to be, you know, almost unavoidable there. And you never know, she could go for the anti-air one. She can, you know, throw two at the same time, which is also a very difficult thing. And there it is. Sub-Zero has one of the best jump-ins in this game. Jump in one. It just goes right into your face. You know exactly where it's going to connect. And, you know, he's got great strings to complement it, whether he wants to go to an overhead, the low, whatever he wants. It's there.
Nivik is just really hoping and praying that one of these ice balls is going to connect versus a Dragon Stance or something else ill-advised. And the range was amazing. Perfect range.
Just
H-Dope right there.
Just
outside.
I think H-Dope needs to get Nivik away from the right side of the screen. He's got too much mobility with those interactables. Unfortunately, he got a really bad draw when it came to stages. So this is definitely the better place to move. Oh man. Getting away from there.
For some safety. Oh boy. Nivik maybe had read that there was going to be a cancel earlier. He is on the ropes as it's match point H-Dope to try to get in the grand finals. Nivik needs one of these ice balls to connect. Here's a huge chance. No, that was gigantic as an opportunity on the whip grab. He's getting desperate, and it's not going to happen. H-Dope gets in the grand finals for the rematch versus Val.
So close. So close. Coming down to the wire. But I mean, you know, at least this time Nivik was able to use Sub-Zero the whole way through. Not saying that, you know, that's why he lost that first time through, you know, on the winner's side. But, you know, showing that H-Dope can actually adapt. And we saw a lot of back and forth between these players. It was definitely not a decisive set at all. So two extremely talented players from Greece go at it, but unfortunately only one of them can move on, and it looks like it's going to be H-Dope for the run back from winners finals. H-Dope does play a few different characters. Let's see if H-Dope mixes up the strategy just a little bit, maybe a different kind of approach with you know, what's going on in terms of like what he can do against his opponent. You know, because he's had time to think, had time to, you know, consider different options. There's so many different characters. You can look at the whole character select screen. You could even think about variations that you already specifically made for, you know, more jumpy characters, more jumpy players. So many options here, and that's what's really fun about, you know, customs being unlocked, and this is so cool to see all the different archetypes of characters. You know, all of a sudden you see a character playing a completely different way, and I love it, man. I love it.
That's one of my favorite things about the game right now. Absolutely right. So that means that Nivik ends up with 230 points. And that means that we're going to tell you a little bit about Astro Gaming, where you can visit them at astrogaming.com. Thanks to them, they are the official audio partner of the Mortal Kombat 11 Pro competition. Our headsets, our audio, they're powering our audio as the commentators. Check out their website, and you can find more info on their officially licensed PlayStation audio products available now. So look, we only have one more match for you. This is going to be the grand finals for the Intercontinental Combat Mortal Kombat Pro competition Europe East. And we've seen the matchup before in the players. You know, we saw this previously when H-Dope was sent down by Val. Now it's going to be the run back. It was a pretty convincing win, is my memory of it, by Val. It was a 3-0, in fact. And as you were saying, would we see a switch here? We've seen a pretty confident-looking Shiva. We saw Spawn previously versus Val. We've seen the Kung Lao, right? There's at this point a few different characters that we've seen out of H-Dope. I wonder if he would consider switching, but we'll see. It's his game plan.
Yeah. I mean, he can do whatever he wants. Sometimes when people like look back on it, sometimes people also have, you know, your Mortal Kombat buddies who are watching your matches and saying, you know, hey, look, I feel like you were playing too defensive against this player. You need to punish him when he does this. So, you know, you could be getting, you know, the strategies from the sidelines here to help you out. And that's a totally normal thing that you experience, even in offline setting, where, you know, your friends or your you know, close friends or training partners are watching your matches and giving you some notes. So here it looks like we have Sindel versus Kung Lao. And what's going to be the variation? We're going to have Buzzsaw and Possessed Hat, Wiggly Hat, if you will, which is pretty much what he's been using this whole time when it comes to Kung Lao. Not really the Tempest Lao that we're used to, but instead, you know, the new Lao with Buzz Hat, a brand new variation that was not available for competitive play before custom. What do we got, David?
I like that a lot at the start. I just like the start off of Val jumping back with the Air Banshee, and then, you know, hey, if it hits, you get the amplifier, you get a pressure, or you get a combo out of this. I like that as an intro a lot, especially when it's an airborne character as Kung Lao often is.
Yeah.
Corner comes up here for Val, able to pressure. No, it's actually jumping, meeting him into the sky.
I love the call out there of the back roll. He kind of just reacted to it, or just, you know, knew, hey, this is the timing, and here it comes. Clipping the low, or getting clipped there by the low Kung Lao as he just kind of jumps in, as Kung Lao's love to do, and, you know, why not? He's got incredible air presence, a great jump in 3, and can get a lot of damage off anything. But here we go. That's going to be enough for Val to secure that round, ending it there with the air grab, as he takes a nice early lead here, but not by much. It was a very, very close round, and H-Dope should not feel, you know, discouraged in any way. Buzzsaw coming at you. Good block here from Sindel. Trying to get that full screen scream crushing blow to activate. That's going to be a big punish. You don't want to do that.
Oh, I'm interested, though, because that was dive kick, and then the Buzz Hat actually connected. So I thought that the intention was to make the dive kick safe, but it still wasn't.
No, it still wasn't. Maybe it was to kind of make the punish a little bit tighter, but it could have been a little miscalculated, maybe mistimed. There goes the Buzzsaw. Again, a great projectile to just kind of keep away. He can move it up a little bit, if you could just see there, depending on if he anticipates his opponent to be in the air, as Sindel usually is when she's got that ability equipped.
I really like the range that H-Dope is fighting from here. Okay, now he's got a chance to pressure up close. He's not going to get that up. But before that, I like the, and distance, and he doesn't overpress. I really like what we're seeing right now out of H-Dope. To me, this is really strong. He's close to just getting chipped. Great stuff. So that range was outside of where Air Banshee connects that he was standing at before. If he got hit by the low scream, you know, it does some damage. It's not a huge deal, I think, is his perspective on that. And meanwhile, he's whittling away against his opponent. Escape failed, so that's going to be relevant for Kung Lao's pressure.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a crushing blow, at least not on the table. Oh, crushing blow on the table and definitely on the minds of both players. So let's see how they play around that. See, right there, you can see Sindel being terrified of getting thrown, and that opens up for a perfect shimmy situation. Sindel poking back here, getting a throw of her own, and trying to buy herself as much space as possible, but decides to go in afterward, getting a little aggressive here. Are we going to see some crazy options? Maybe an overhead hair flip? No! Keeping it nice and simple. Regular throw. Stay in the corner here as Kung Lao utilizes that interactable, gets out of dodge, and buys himself a little bit of space and a little bit of time. Full
Punish. Big opportunity. Yes, he needs to get out of there. That didn't quite connect with the armor break. And this is that range where it's okay. Oh, 4-4 into pressure grab. Very close. It's not enough, but anything will do it. No, I maybe spoke too soon. No! Shot right out of the start of a teleport. That teleport had come 10 frames early. Maybe that would have been good. Just had wrong moment. Unfortunately for him, and Val ends up taking it. But I will tell you, I still liked a lot of what we saw out of the Kung Lao pick there. And that range where he was outside of Scream, he was outside of Air Banshee, that to me seemed like it was a good spot for the Buzz variation. You know, for Hat to be there, for Possessed Hat to be there. Oh no,
yeah, Possessed Hat does a lot of strange things. I actually saw there when he comboed into it for like a little string. It actually seems like Possessed Hat leaves you a little bit more. It leaves you up a little bit more plus than the regular hat toss. So it also has a little bit more presence. You know, when you're throwing it out in the neutral, where it's a little bit harder to duck under or jump over. So I mean, I like it. I feel like it's one of those abilities that you equip just to kind of make things that are strong a little bit stronger for Kung Lao. Now, obviously, Kung Lao loves leaving you in a standing position, especially when he's right next to you. It complements his throw strike game so well, and Possessed Hat doing a little bit better than that. I think it's a really, really good option to have here. I don't know what he can do to help out against the Sindel matchup a little bit. I feel like he's there, very, very close. Just a few decisions are off.
Yeah, it's not a big change that I don't think he needs.
No.
I don't think that this needs to be a case of like, do I need to switch characters? I mean, he can, right? But I don't think that is a necessity in maybe the way that it is in some bad matchups. To me, the way that this matchup has gone is clearly showing that there is a range that Lao can be at and feel comfortable, even with he's not in pressure directly, where of course, you're going to feel pretty comfortable. At range, outside of some of the important stuff that Sindel can do, that is good as well. So we're getting the players back into this, just had a little lobby disconnect, getting going here as soon as we can. But yeah, I wouldn't expect a change. To me, honestly, that looked a little bit better than when it was the Spawn in Winners Finals.
That's true. And I guess that's what really fueled this decision is that, he gave it a shot with Spawn. It seemed like, Sindel was getting under a lot of different things. Stand 3 wasn't really being as oppressive as he wanted it to be. And, he wants a little bit more damage. But H-Dope needs to continue to be, and I think he's been doing a good job of this. He's been doing a good job of avoiding that Scream crushing blow where, he's just outside of the range and he knows like where he needs to stand in order to apply his game without letting Sindel go crazy with a Scream, because that leads to a lot of damage. And if you've already used that breakaway or don't have access to that breakaway, it's going to hurt even more. So Buzz saw a nice little trade here for the interactable and for the low Scream, but this time she amplifies it and does get right under it. Good little Air Banshee here. Very, very tough to deal with this. And Kung Laos are usually always in the air. This is not looking good for H-Dope, but looking to make a comeback here, getting a nice combo. What's going to be for Oki here. Goes for the forward 4, but just a little too late, and actually ended up getting a trade. Had he done it a little sooner, that could have been a full combo into a spin. But unfortunately for H-Dope, he's going down, and Val looking incredible here, looking to take an even bigger lead here in game number 2 of this grand finals.
I feel like that range is okay right there for Kung Lao, outside of Banshee range. You're going to take some load shots. That is going to happen here and there. But other than that, you can set things up for yourself on the approach, just like you saw right there. You can evade the Scream, you can evade the Air Banshee. You just can't be jumping in very often, and that's what H-Dope has gone for sometimes. Here's Val, though, not just staying at that full screen range, occasionally coming in as well. Yeah, that's going to get caught.
Oh, and the forward 4 spaced out so well from Val. I mean, Val usually never whiffs that move. I mean, it's a little slower, but the range on it is so incredible. And the whole mix-up. Oh my god, he got around it! That was insane! He got around the buzzsaw. Cool. Knowing exactly when it's coming at you, but H-Dope coming at him even harder with a fatal blow. Not going to be enough. This is going to scale off, but I definitely agree with the situation here, because if he loses this round, he's going to be going down 2-0, and that is not good for your morale, not good for your ego. Getting hit with the Banshee Scream, but no counter hit for the Crushing Blow. Whiffing, but able to block just in time, and the Buzzsaw Hat making the connection and doing it here for H-Dope. H-Dope still in this, still looking to tie this up.
That's what I'm talking about. In that range right there. Yep, just outside that screen, you can start things off. Oh, no, you're going to get sent right back down to the ground. The little teleport she gives you, and you are in trouble. Okay, reset. Trying to steal a bunch of frames right there. That's double digits trying to just get stolen. H-Dope interrupted for 439. And
same.
Just like that, adds his own life. Looking for something.
44%, just because he called out the break. So here it comes. And that was a good recognition. Yeah, good recognition of Val to know it was their turn to grab or their turn to strike. So of course H-Dope holding on to block, but still a little scary.
And then the instant overhead, not the instant overhead, the universal overhead, I should say, by Val to take it. Look, that Banshee is definitely doing work. You know, it is constricting Kung Lao. Kung Lao would love to be in the sky, threatening with things like the dive kick, threatening with his great jump kick. That just doesn't seem like it's as much of an option here. But nevertheless, when we see H-Dope on the ground at that 3/4 range, where he's just putting out the buzzsaw, he's maybe sometimes doing a possessed hat, that range has actually been okay if he's willing to not jump, and he doesn't seem like he's willing enough to not jump. He's been caught by Air Banshee a number of times. He's going to have to make some kind of change. I don't know if it's the character, I don't know if it's just what he does with the character, but it's not working out. He's down 2-0 to Val, who, if Val wins this next game, wins the tournament.
Yeah, I definitely see Kung Lao playing very restrictive. It's almost like he's playing with, like, you know, his hands tied behind his back once you cut off the jumping. Yeah, you can play a little bit more patient and more around the buzzsaw hat, which is what he was trying to do. He was, you know, sitting outside of the Banshee Scream range, setting up the buzzsaw hat, and if it hit, cool, that's my ticket in around the Air Banshee. And, you know, other than that, he really wasn't able to get any kind of offense. He definitely wasn't winning any projectile trades or any projectile wars. So in most cases, Val was feeling real comfortable. So I definitely agree with this complete character change. Now we do have some specific abilities equipped. We have the command grab, which is the cattle toss, scud shot, and enhanced locked and loaded. So a little bit like the regular 52 card pickup, but instead we're going to have a nice little command grab. Now the command grab does hit as a high, but it complements his acid drop very, very well, as it throws him behind him rather than in it switches sides with the opponent rather than pushing the opponent forward like Aaron Black's throws do.
Well, we'll see if that comes up. Okay.
So he had him on the acid for just a little bit
here. Yeah, just a little. Yeah, well, I guess not actually. 130.
13.
Yeah, just weird. Right.
But the idea is that he wanted him on the acid, at least for like.
What a jump in and not there for punish. Read the amplify. Not this time, and no button in the air either, so no KB, but that's okay for Val, who gets corner control again if he wants. 4-4 up 3! The giant anti-air.
Trying to get the shot off here.
There it is.
Did she low profile the crouching shot?
Oh, could she do that? I don't know.
To me, it looked like she low profiled the crouching shot. I mean, it's not the lowest shot from Aaron Black's rifle, but it's like the second lowest shot.
Oh, I thought it was okay. Yeah. Well, look, Val has match point. Val has tournament point right now for EU East. And you can see that H-Dope is trying to make these reads on when are you going to grab, when are you going to do something else. We just haven't seen. It's been forward 4 up 3. It hasn't even just been forward 4 whatever else, right? It hasn't been staggers in this game so far. Here's the punish. H-Dope's in big trouble. the risk and it pays off. Val only needs one more hit.
Oh, hold on a second. H-Choke trying to get some momentum going here. Yeah, gets it amplified, throws the dynamite down, but what's going to be next? Val just getting a little bit of space, trying to just chip out as best as possible. H-Choke does have access to Fatal Blow, but unfortunately gets hit with the trade, and Val is going to be today's champion here for the EU East Intercontinental Cup. But remember, guys, this is just the beginning. We have way more tournaments to come. But congratulations to Russia, and big congratulations to Val for just putting on a dominant performance, not only in the winners finals, but also here in the grand finals, not losing a single set to anybody here. So huge shout outs to all the players in today's top 8. Huge shout outs to Greece. Huge shout outs to Russia. Incredible play all around. And
yeah, Val only lost one game in this whole top 8. He lost one game to Nitros. Other than that, was able to skate on through. A very strong performance here. Love that Sindel. And great job to everybody else. We had a nice look at some of the Russian scene, some of the Greek scene. Congrats to everybody involved. So that is the end of EU East in terms of the players that we have for you today. I had a blast watching it. What'd you think, man?
Oh, dude, it was so good. I mean, I love seeing the love spread out, not just for, North America, but, being able to kind of make a world tour around all these different regions, all these different countries. And it's really cool to see that, the pro comp is just spreading out everywhere. A lot of love for Liga Latina, a lot of love for all these different regions, especially Europe, Oceania, and even the Middle East. Like it's being there. Obviously everyone wants everything for everyone, but we are limited. So it's nice to see that everything is growing, and that's how we make the scene grow, not just for, the NRS scene, but the FGC in general. And that's really nice to see. And Val, incredible Sindel play that I've seen here. I mean, I know she's been a very dominant character in some senses of the word, especially online. She's definitely a good character, but seeing how she can utilize those customs, I feel like she's one of those characters that, she's got a lot of great core moves, like the full screen scream or almost full screen scream that goes into crushing blow, but she also has the ability to play, certain ways, like, in some matchups that Air Banshee is not going to work out, some matchups that Air Banshee is not going to, help you, but that was the right equipped loadout for Kung Lao to stop all that jumping, stop the dive kick, stop anything that he wants to do, and just kind of like just tie him down. Just say like, no, you're staying on the ground, and you're gonna slowly try to get in the hard way. And that was complete control, man. Complete control from Val. So I'm very
nicely done by Val. Congrats to Val. We just want to reiterate that the Mortal Kombat 11 Pro Competition is presented by PS4 Tournaments. So you can check out the PS4 Tournament Open Series. They are available all the time. They are weekly competitions for all skill levels. You can compete against your friends. You can compete against rivals and other people. You can make friends and rivals while doing it as well. You can check out the Competition Center. It's the destination that has Mortal Kombat content that gives an inside look at how top players play, as well as tips and tricks for players of all skill levels. Check it out at compete.playstation.com. You can sign in with your PSN ID and see a list of available PS4 tournaments that are coming up. Play like the pros. Check out the PS4 Competition Center for tips, tricks, and insider content. That's going to be it for EU East. We're going to take a short break. We're going to be back very soon, though. And I mean in 10, 15 minutes, because we're going to get the EU West up for you very shortly. We've seen so far Oceania. We've seen EU East. We're about to see EU West as well. Thanks a lot for hanging out with this one. I hope you all stick around for that.
jokes, no gimmicks, just combat.
PlayStation. Looking for attention, I don't need the extra tension, cause I'm in the fourth dimension, trapeze high in suspension. Now don't bother with the haters, cause they all be imitators. We real life manipulators, get bit back up and see you later. I like me for me, I'ma be what I'ma be. I like me for me, I am who I wanna be. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na. Gotta prove it to myself and nobody else. Gotta prove it to myself and nobody else. I like me for me, I'ma be what I'ma be. Prove it to myself like nobody else. Gotta prove it to myself like nobody else. Gotta prove it to myself like nobody else. Gotta prove it to myself I like me for me.
Hey guys, Ketchup and Mustard here, and it's time to test your might in the Mortal Kombat 11 Open Series. Ready to rumble? Power on your PlayStation and head to the Events app, filter by type, and select a convenient date and time. Boot up MK11 and locate the PS4 Tournaments menu option. Click it to visit a familiar place, the Console Events tab. Sign up and prepare to play. Once registered, you can view your tournament details and check-in time. A notification will remind you to tighten your black belt and get over here for your match. Continue combat in the open qualifiers to close in on the competition. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the tournaments.
PlayStation. Who are you?
I'm your worst nightmare.
Any ring I step into is mine. End of the line.
Then this fight is now personal.
It is exhausting being so perfect.